All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, John. How you doing today?
Carlos, good morning. Doing good.
Good, my brother. Good, my brother. Glad to hear that. We had an awesome webinar last night, guys. So thank you for those that joined. We did a 5-minute ORB webinar in our elite members chat room yesterday, webinar room yesterday. So that was a lot of fun. So thank you guys for joining me on that yesterday. So yeah, man, exciting stuff happening in the overall market, man. We've been looking at the SPY here, John, and things are high flying. Is the war over already? Are we done? Is this it? Is the world healing from everything?
Clearly, the vibe is positivity this morning. This started yesterday, right? With a market reaction happened around 12:30 yesterday. And of course, when I was out of the house, because everything broke through their highs extremely easily yesterday, and I wasn't there to see it. And I actually ended up with a red day after struggling back and forth through the morning. So it always stinks to see your easy day like kind of laid out before you and you weren't there to see it. But that is day trading. You can't sit here every second of the day, not until I get a robot to trade for me in some way, shape, or form. whatever that looks like, whether it's a computer program or an actual Android sitting at my desk. But for the moment, John has to sit here and do it himself. So yeah, this is continuing this morning. And I don't see any specific, I mean, there's no shocking groundbreaking news, but the vibe is definitely that things are looking better to potentially end this conflict. And the president, I think we have a slide on that this morning, is addressing the nation tonight at 9 p.m. So hopefully there's some good news there, but we'll see. I wouldn't count your chickens before they're hatched on this thing. This is from one of my favorite accounts, not Jerome Powell on X.
They're funny. Whoever runs that account, they're hilarious. I say they because it's got to be a team or something that's putting that together.
So yeah, you, at the risk of offending YouTube, I won't read their comments at the top there in their entirety, but that I think it's well captured that something's happening at 9 p.m. tonight, and you just never know. It really could be the end of the war, the start of the ground invasion, or the launching of a coin.
yeah, you won't know. And we have like another carrier heading out over there, right? Like it's gonna take so the carrier is on its way over there. It's gonna take like 2 to 3 weeks to get there, which is when president has advised that's when how long this conflict should take. So if that's the case, why not just turn it around?
Oh yeah,
don't waste that oil, man. Turn that thing back around. But no, it's gonna be there in 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, they're sailing to where the oil is, so hopefully if things are going well, they can get gassed up. It's a nuclear carrier anyway, so it only needs the jet fuel for the most part. The George Bush is heading over there. I missed that. That's news.
Yeah.
And the Gerald Ford is in Croatia, I believe, after suffering that laundry room fire. So it's getting that thing's had a few trials and tribulations getting battle ready. So that's interesting. Did not see that. I see that now.
So timing is we'll see. We'll see how things line up. But overall, the market is loving this, and you see it here this morning again. Great day yesterday after hearing that, hey, this could be over in 2 to 3 weeks. And you're seeing the reaction there really nice and into this morning as well. And what that does for our gappers list, me and John were talking about this earlier, it makes a mess of a gap up list, right? Because if you look at this daily, I mean, you're seeing it here. The reaction we got from yesterday and going into today, we're up almost 1%. I mean, this is one of the biggest moves we have had in a long time to the upside. And what that's going to do to this thing here is going to create a whole source of laundry list of stuff that's on here. That majority And I know John's gone through some of these are not going to be in play. They're not great trading stocks, right? So they like today where you have all these tickers in place. It's very difficult to fine tune and find the ones that are really going to be in play. And this is why, and we mentioned this yesterday too in on our webinar talking about the market conditions. We usually go to our usual suspects. I usually start putting in the NVIDIAs, the Teslas, the Metas of the world in here. MU lately has also been great. We go to stuff that we know is going to get volume. If you look at everything that we were watching yesterday, everything is green. MU up 3%, Tesla up 2.3, NVIDIA 1.6, Meta 1%, AMD up 2%. I mean, you name it. Microsoft up 1.6. So PLTR 2.2, Amazon 1.3. Everything is in the green except Nike. Nike is swooshing down like somebody said on Bloomberg today. I'm like, look at that pun intended. So Nike swooshing down. We'll get into that in a second here, but they're not having a great start to the day here. Before we get into that, friends, quick look at our U.S. economic calendar. John, what do we have for today?
A lot. There's a lot going on today, and it starts at 8:15. So in 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes, we'll have ADP employment change. Uh, that's a fairly significant report. Then we move into 8:30 retail sales at 8:30. There are even a couple Fed speeches this morning. I wouldn't worry too much about those, but you never know. That's pre-market. Interesting. Barr is scheduled to speak at 9:13 specifically. He must be a stickler for particular time starts. And then we have ISM manufacturing, retail inventories, and business inventories at 10 a.m. And I didn't put the rest of the list on here, but actually, I think it's beginning at 10. There's even, let me scroll down on the actual website here, or 10:30. No, later in the day. And anyway, there's all this oil stuff today, I think. Let me go back. I'm on the wrong day. Which is interesting. And we never look at this stuff. We never pay attention to it, but you've got crude oil imports, all kinds of stuff I don't even recognize. All this petroleum related news comes out at 10:30. So I only mention that because of world events and because oil is something everyone's watching right now. I don't know if any of that 10:30 news will have more impact than it usually does. I kind of don't think it will, but you never know. So something to watch out for.
Yeah, so I'm definitely keep an eye on. You never know what can affect this market one way or the other. So, all right. So yeah, guys. I mean, it's gonna be a tough day to select some of the stuff in the gappers list. I'm going to focus on the big stuff, man. That I think I'm gonna have on my list. We're not gonna go through everything on here. A lot of stuff normally does not trade well. I'd rather look at stuff with news like a Nike. So we'll look at that. Actually, we'll look at that first, and then we'll hop over into some of the stuff that I'm going to be paying attention to given this market condition. Build my list that way, and then we'll go to you guys to see what you guys like as far as what might be in play. But again, a lot of this stuff here up between that 2 and 3%. It's just market. There's no significant news on any of these at the moment. So, but we saw Nike take a hit. John, they are down 10% this morning. 3.6 million shares traded. They are not having a good time. This is after hours. Their future forecast saying this is not looking a little gloomy here, and they're blaming some of it on the oil situation, right? They're blaming it on on that as far as getting getting stuff transported and to them, so it's creating a havoc in the logistics. And sales are down, especially in the Middle East. It looks like sales are down, and you would think like who's out worrying about what shoes they're wearing when there's bigger problems to worry about. I mean, I don't see it. So they're hurting this morning.
There's always time to worry about footwear, Carlos. It's so important. Speaking of which, I bought a pair of Hokas for the first time. I drifted outside of the ASICS brand for the first time in forever for first like some casual sneakers and walking shoe kind of solution, and I don't like them. I gotta say, I'm not happy with my Hoka purchase for
I never heard
$180.
of Hoka. Let's see. Oh, I seen these. I seen these.
Yeah,
Yeah. I seen them. Okay.
I
So
don't
you
like
don't
I
like
don't
them?
like them. No,
Hmm.
they just I don't know. They're not comfortable. There's something off. I don't know. So I will be going back to ASICS myself, but I've not bought Nikes in quite some time. My son has a few pairs of Nike Airs, as the kids do. But yeah, Nike reported earnings. They actually beat, so they did okay. Their numbers were close, but they actually did okay on earnings per share and revenue. But the bigger problem is they had weaker than expected sales, or the revenue was struggling in China, which they kind of expected, but it was struggling worse than what Wall Street was expecting. And even worse than that, the CFO, his name is Matt Friend, that's a great name, said during the company's earnings call that Nike expects sales for its current fiscal quarter to drop between 2% and 4% compared with Wall Street estimates of a 1.9% increase, actually. So Wall Street is expecting Nike to increase this quarter, and they're actually going to decrease according to the CFO. So that's not a good outlook. So it's down this morning. I didn't check how much it's down at the moment. It was like 11% last time I looked. Yep, same. So
Yep.
yeah, we'll see. If you're looking to trade something outside, a lot of the stocks I'm sure we'll end up talking about this morning, like the Mag 7 things on a day like this. Nike might be your play for something different. Like Carlos said, the rest of the list, I mean, we can poke around at this stuff. If anyone sees something that they want to talk, but send, as always, put it in the into the chat and we can pull it up if you think there's news we're missing. But just kind of going through the list, it's a little thin outside of the normal big day trading stocks in terms of things that are interesting.
Yeah, I agree. The sneakers are all the same. Like there's nothing new with Nike. Like again, I'm not in tune with the sneakers and and the kicks and all that stuff, but it's the same design. Like I mean, it's a classic design. Don't get me wrong. It's classic, but it's the same thing. There's nothing new. Um, I don't know. Okay, this might be new. This is definitely, what is this? Air Jordan 1 triple stack. Okay.
That kind of looks like my Hoka.
Okay. Triple
It's
stack. All right.
it's
All
a
right.
little poofy on the bottom.
Oh
I
my
was going for
goodness.
maximum spongy comfort, Carlos, because
Yeah.
walking through airports and spending days on my feet, I was like, I really just want that big old spongy feel in my shoe, and the
Right.
Hoka definitely gives that look
That
off.
vibe that
Sure.
if you thought
And
you was
and I
gonna
will
get
I
that
will give it
bouncy.
to that.
Yeah.
It is quite bouncy and squishy, and I do like that. It's something about the way it fits, the way the laces go over the top of my foot. It may be a me problem. Maybe I have a goofy foot or something. I don't know.
How
But
long you had it for? Sometimes it's gotta let it,
that, well, you know what? I only wore them in Vegas so far on my
Oh
trips,
yeah,
so I
you need a little
yeah,
more time maybe.
maybe you got to
So
break them in. You know what,
yeah.
Hoka? I take it back. We're still in the trial period, so
Yeah, that's
I don't want to crash the
John.
stock here
John
this morning.
John wore them 2 days, and he's like, this sucks. Gotta give it a little more time. A little more time, John. All right.
A little
As
more
far as
time. All right.
Nike, as far as Nike, let's check in with John in a month or so. We'll have him back at the show and see how he's doing. All right, let's take a look at so Nike looks interesting. Normally, the stock again, it's a hit or miss for me. We have traded well in the past. Very few times compared to how many times it's been in play. So today, though, man, look at this drop here on the dailies. Pretty significant to the overall picture. They just have not been doing well. Are they below their IPO price? No, I can't be. There's no way. They're pretty down though, guys. No, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's no way. So, see that they're lower before for sure, below 47. But man, this is like a couple of 52 weeks lows in here. It's a couple of years low. We haven't been here since like 2025 is what I'm showing here. So this is not good for Nike. So, I'm gonna add them to the list. Whether it's gonna be a primary or secondary, I don't know. But I think they're worth looking at today. This is a massive drop. You're losing a lot of support. I'll put them on the primary for now, and it might not stay there. It is a nicey stock. So as you guys know, these nicey tickers, they're very funky with their price action and even their volume, right? So we'll see. I might end up moving that down, but for now, we'll put it on there just for the moment. All right, let's look at sectors here, right? Because clearly there's a couple of sectors that are making their way up here. We'll look at the top three just because they're the top three, and then we'll jump around and look at different sectors. We'll look at NVDA and MUs. We'll look at the semis. I don't see any airlines here today, although I know my American Airlines is already gone. No airlines in this list today. I do see a little bit of quantum, and then we'll dive into some of the other ones like Circle of Internet and BIS has been in play quite a bit we'll do that as well. All right, let's look at the first one here. NCNO. These guys are up 24%. So we'll look at the top three here. Right now, 23%, 258,000 shares traded. But again, just there's nothing really happening here. And this is kind of what me and John were talking about. You see the gap up last night, the move higher into this pre-market action, just sideways. Very little volume, guys. I mean, this is barely making our list with 259,000 shares traded. It is a larger flow at 104 million. Encino, is it like a movie theater, like Cino, like Cine, like movie theater? Like, what is this? What's going on here? Oh, John, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I was
Oh,
clacking
all
away.
good, man.
My keyboard's quite loud. I didn't want to ruin the show.
All good.
Encino is a software as a service company. They provide cloud-based software applications to financial institutions in the US and internationally. So yeah, there you go. But I think that the volume on the morning is it even over 500,000 at this point, or
no, not even, man. 259,000. Again, shouldn't even be here on the list. It's pretty light. A day in the life of Rojas. Okay. Welcome to Lambus and Garbage Truck Family, my friend. Good to have you. A day in the life of Rojas. So good to see you there. All right, let's nothing to see there with NCNO. Doesn't look good. Let's take a look at the next one, ELAB. Also making its way up here. This is a tiny float, but over the last couple of days, we've seen it make some moves here. Right, went from $1 to about 3, 4, 6, and here gapping up this morning, 18%. Hard to borrow. Float on this one. I show well under $1 million on this list. So again, probably not tradable. Again, unless you like to trade low flow stocks, I'm gonna stay away from it. But they do have a nice intraday action here into the close yesterday. So hard to borrow. You can't short this. It's just too many flags for me that I'm not gonna be interested in trading this one, John. So I'm not sure what the news is, but clearly the news is continuing from a couple of days ago. You're seeing the movement here into today.
yeah, this company was frustrating me this morning trying to figure out the news on it. Dude, I was getting all kinds of mixed results on what kind of company this really even is. Allegedly, it's a biopharmaceutical company that focuses on therapeutic products or aesthetic medicines. I don't know, but they did have they announced their 2025 annual results in a Form 10-K a couple days ago. 43% increase in revenue, I think, from the previous year. So they're showing growth. There's good news, I guess. And so I think that's just carrying on here. I don't know that I've heard of this stock. Well, that's a weird chart, Carlos. Check out the all-time high on ELAB. If you get a chance, like go to a weekly and just go back a ways.
What the heck? This is probably a multiple of splits, right?
You think so?
Reverse splits.
Might be some splits
there's
involved
no way
here.
that their price was 50. Oh, not even 50,000, 500,000. Yeah, there's no way. But I was, I chat GPT this. I was like, I forgot what stock I saw, and I asked chat GPT, how is it possible that this stock at one point was priced this, even with reverse splits? And it gave me an answer in the direction that sometimes the charts just get messed up, that was not even the value, even with the reverse splits. That's just the charts, the numbers just don't make sense at a certain point. So it gave me a very weird answer as to it's not that simple, basically. It's not just reverse splits causing this thing to be 500,000 at one point. So,
okay.
So yeah, very weird.
Well,
but again, it's ChatGPT, so you got to be careful.
I was going to say it's lost, by my calculation, this is a little back of the envelope here, but it's lost 99.9986% of its value. So if you're looking for upside, ELAB's got it all day long. So you never know. You catch this thing right on maybe you catch it on a 5-minute ORB this morning, breaking over $7.10 or something, and you ride this thing back up to 500,000. You can make some dough, even with 100 shares.
Yeah.
You're looking to make hundreds of millions of dollars. So
massive.
It's all about potential.
Yeah, this is wild. clearly, guys, not really tradable right now, and it is like it's pulling away from the highs of the pre-market this morning. Again, it's still up 18%. So if you like it, put it on your list. Again, it's a tiny flow on here, so be very careful. And then the last one from the top, and we'll hop around a little bit to some of the better stuff that's on the bottom of the list. ASTC. Too many letters in there. ASTC. There we go. That's a little better. Up 10% this morning, 1 million shares traded, hard to borrow. What's the float on this? Also low flow, 1.4. So again, another one that is just not going to fit my criteria. As you guys know, even from talking yesterday, I don't watch low flow tickers. They don't fit well for the 5-minute ORB and even the VWAP breakout strategy. Great for scalping stuff, but even this one doesn't look all that exciting. With the 1 million, we're pretty quiet right now. Again, this can change later as we get closer to the market open. But right now, not seeing anything I like on this one.
Yeah, nor I can't find any news on it anyway. It's or maybe there's something here. No, I don't know. I would pass right by this one, folks. I don't see anything good. No matter what the news is, I don't think this is what you want to trade today.
Listen.
Today's going to be a better day than this.
Yep, absolutely. I'm actually looking at the list that I have on from yesterday, and it looks much better than anything that I see in the gappers list right now at the moment, right? So I got the MU, I got Tesla, NVIDIA, Meta, AMD. I could almost keep the same list. I got even CoreWeave. I got CoreWeave on here today. It's also moving. Got up 2.6, 513,000 shares traded. So, but let's see what else we have. Let's look at Quantum, right? Quantum, I know that. I mean, I wish these things could start trading well again because we had a lot of fun trading Quantum. Like, if you guys remember, if you were around Spaghetti here, we were constantly having this on list, and it was providing some really good opportunities. I mean, look at the way this thing was moving in September. Even on the way down, we had some good trading out of it. Since then, the daily has gotten so small, and clearly it's a big obvious change in volume. Like, you're not getting nowhere near what we were getting in September, October, and even maybe parts of November, right? So, I mean, it's a whole different ball game now. But man, they were a lot of fun. So hopefully they can get back in play here, and we could take advantage. Clearly, the last couple of days, this is all just market stuff. The market is creating this movement. The market is creating it back up, right? If you look at the SPY, and you're going to see it today, just like yesterday. If you overlap the SPY over this, is the exact same thing. So some people say, well, why not just trade the SPY? You could. If you like trading the SPY, the overall market, you can literally trade the SPY when it's moving the way it is right now. But if I look at everything that's just going through it, I mean, a lot of our stocks, Meta has its own news, though. If you guys know about this issue with the lawsuit, they have bigger problems as well. But a lot of the stuff's just doing the same thing, just that up, that down, and the up in the last couple of days. MU also taking a big hit compared to a lot of the tickers we were watching. MU and Meta both have a significant drop there, and this was because of the downgrade, right? Downgrade by Citigroup, which is a pretty legit bank to get a downgrade from. So you see that reaction yesterday, and then again, CoreWeave, same thing. A lot of tickers just getting the last 3 days. I'm sorry, a 3-day drop, and then the last 2 days seeing some positive out of it. So no surprise that we're seeing some of this stuff pop up. But going back to Quantum here, let's take a look at QBTS. I do see them on the list here this morning. These guys are up 4%. But I am just not seeing anything great in the pre-market, to be honest. So 770,000 for QBTS. QUBT was another one that we used to trade quite a bit, and this looks horrible. This doesn't even look good. $7, huh? This thing is come down some ways here.
They might also be on sale, Carlos. I find this industry very fascinating because this is a technology, in my opinion, that will arrive. It will have its day.
Oh yeah.
But is it the end of this year or is it 5 years from now? Like, when will we be trading the quantum bubble? Just like we traded the AI bubble and all the other bubbles of the past and blockchain and what have you, right? I guess it kind of had its mini one already, but I think it'll have a true one somewhere in the future. And so it's kind of a tempting sort of investment, perhaps, but it also begs the question: will these companies be the ones that are around when it finally makes or has its day? You know what I mean? Like, because it's kind of like, if you can imagine 10 years ago, there were people who knew AI would have its day someday. It wasn't me, but there were smarter people than me who knew, like, someday when the computing power is right and when the everything aligns, the stars align, that AI will take off, and clearly it did, and you could have been you could have been paid out well if you invested in the right companies back in the day. Some of the ones that are successful today still don't even have they're not publicly traded, so you still can't like really benefit from like Anthropic at the moment, right? I think
Yep.
they're not
Agree.
public, but yeah, but you could have bet on Google, perhaps, or whatever. So I don't know. I find the quantum thing very, very interesting, and it kind of makes me wonder if I want to place a bit of a quantum bet here now before it all
Yeah.
happens somewhere in the future.
Yeah. I mean, it's coming. It's coming. I mean, even if in the near future you only get back up to 20 from $7, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good deal. I'll take
Yeah.
that. So
But
so
again,
yeah, we'll
if
see.
any of these companies are around when it when it finally goes
That's
down,
the thing. Are they
don't
going to be
know. Yeah.
financially stable, or are their investors going to hang around long enough? Are they patient enough to hang out and continue to be to feed these companies? That is the thing, right? Because again, they're not making money, right? None of these companies are really making any money. It's all about the technology and the potential of what they can be one day for sure. Yes, it is April Fool's Day, absolutely, and this list is April fooling us right now. This Cappers list with all the garbage that's on here, but we will find some stuff to trade. Tesla and AMD towards the bottom there. We'll definitely take a look at that. Oh man, I was looking at the launch that's happening tonight at 6:20 something. I don't know why can't I just put 6 p.m.
Yes.
Set 6:30,
I,
7 o'clock, 6:24. What is wrong with you? Like, is the alignment of the Earth properly? Like, what is that? John, maybe you can explain.
it is. It is. Well, I can't exactly, but it is orbital mechanics. There are times that are best to launch,
Like,
so
come on.
everything is right, so 24 minutes, it may make a difference. These are scientists. These are some of the best
Oh,
engineers and scientists in the world, Carlos. If they tell you it's
my
6:24
goodness.
p.m., it's 6:24 p.m. I messed up yesterday. I said it was this morning. It was happening. I had my AMs and PMs messed up. So it is happening this evening. It'll be an evening launch, and I think at that time there should still be some daylight left. It should be a very nice launch with the sunset and all. Looking
Yeah,
forward to
is,
it. We
is
actually have
anybody in Florida gonna go watch this? That'd be nice. If I was nearby, I would definitely go watch this. So I wonder if anybody in Florida is gonna be taking the drive out there to see that.
I think we have a slide related to the astronauts this morning. If you poke through there, Carlos, I found
Oh, I did not see that one.
second to
Uh,
the last, maybe.
oh, did I
Assuming you
miss
pulled
it?
in the same.
Oh no, no, yeah, we do. It's right here. There it is. Yep, yep. I thought I thought that was. You know what I thought this was? I thought he was gonna talk about a menu of actual food. Like I didn't read through it. I just loaded it. So I thought he was talking about like some kind of restaurant, but this is actually about the launch. All right, very nice.
This
What
is
we got
this
here?
is the cruise food for the trip, which I think is very generous. I mean, just to have like five different hot sauces up there in the upper right, like five, really?
Yeah,
10-day mission.
bougie. This is
I
bougie.
could it's very nice. Yeah, it's there's 10 different types of beverages, from coffee to vanilla breakfast drink, apple cider. Why do they need apple cider? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going around the moon. I shouldn't be talking like this, but it just feels like it's a lot, Good for them, I guess.
Hey,
And five Canadian
like that.
products. So it's a little international flavor.
Is that a dig on Canada, letting them know, hey, we still buy your products in the U.S. Are they still not buying alcohol in U.S. alcohol in Canada? Is that still a thing? Is
I
that
think
still happening?
that was one province, right? Or is it the whole country?
It was the whole country. I know Peter was saying he's definitely not buying. Peter is Canadian bound, man. He is Canada, Canada. But I think it was the whole. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I thought it was the whole country. Besides Toronto and Vancouver, right? Toronto is like a mini U.S. You go to Toronto, like in the parts where it's the Niagara Falls area. That's like U.S. It's so touristy. You don't even know you're in Canada until you step more out of that area there. So I'm sure they're still using a lot of U.S. products. Money's king, obviously. They restocked the shelves with U.S. liquor. They did, right, Melanie? They probably saw how much they were losing, and they say, "Hey, we need this money," because liquor stores, they don't make a lot of money. It's the margins are very, very slim, from what I hear. So you can't be having no outages on stuff you can sell for a good cost here. So, all right, that makes sense. But yeah, man, this is interesting. What I found more interesting, John, is how far these guys are going. It's like 284,000 miles. That's
Yeah.
impressive. That's
It's
impressive.
you gotta really trust in Newtonian physics. It's so bizarre to light an engine, shoot yourself at the moon, and then trust the gravity is going to kind of grab you and pull you around the other side. I know it all
Mm,
makes sense. You won't catch me signing up for that trip, but yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
gonna be exciting. There should be some great footage as they go around the moon.
Yep, agreed, agreed. Should. Yeah, now because we have actually good cameras, right? Like the last time they went there, everything was black and white, very well, not black and white, but everything was very granular. Now with some HD graphics, we should be able to see. They should live stream this stuff. This should be all live stream now with the technology that we have. So we'll see how that works out. But that should be very very interesting as we get into that. So tonight, guys, we'll see how that goes. And if you're in the area, have a great time. All right, so quantum we don't like, guys. We'll leave those alone for the most part. I saw the last SpaceX launch from afar from my second floor window. That's got to be cool. I never been to one of those, but that's got to be pretty cool. All right. As far as the list here, friends, let's talk about semis. Semis is a big one that we're going to be watching here. MU has been on my list almost every day for the last couple of days. I think it's going to be on it today again. But we saw yesterday a very rough start. Like it had the price action itself was really, really difficult. A lot of back and forth here. And it was just tough to take a trade. Eventually gave you a nice engulfing pattern, which we talked about yesterday in our 5-minute onboarding, 5-minute ORB class. These are amazing patterns to trade, and I missed it yesterday. Completely missed this one. Gave you a nice drop, and then recover with what the rest of the market doing a lot of the recovery into the day yesterday. So I like MU today. NVIDIA is another one that many of us like in our community here. Again, today we'll see what it does. Tons of volume this morning, guys. 4.5 million shares traded. We are up 1%. And look at the daily on this one, John. I mean, this thing's beautiful recovery yesterday. Basically almost covering the losses for the last 3 days. Close on yesterday alone. So today we're right above that. Great volume this morning, which is what we love to see. Is definitely going to be on my list. And then the other one that we look at quite a bit is AMD. So AMD also on here this morning. Not as much volume compared to MU and even NVIDIA. So I'm probably not going to keep this one on my list. I think MU is really becoming one of my favorite tickers, well more than the AMD. Like before, you would never have MU with 2.4 million shares traded, and AMD only with 650,000. It was always the opposite. AMD had better volume, and MU was the one with barely like 200,000 shares traded. So that has changed quite a bit. MU does require, lesser shares, a little more of a space on the stop loss. So you got to be aware of that. But it's definitely a better trader, I think, in my opinion. So I'm going to be watching those two, MU and NVIDIA. John, for you, as far as semis, what is your favorite for today?
I would agree. MU is becoming much more fun to trade. But on a day like this, NVIDIA could be back to some of its old ways. But I'm looking at my top 12 list of stocks here, and the three that are up the most are MU, SNDK, and then Marvel from the NVIDIA investment news from yesterday or the day before. So yeah, I think MU's might be the top dog to watch today. If you want to see something interesting though, Carlos, going back to NVIDIA, if you can pull up a weekly chart of NVIDIA, look at where the low was recently. Was it yesterday? Um, 3 days ago. You look at NVIDIA's weekly low compared to the weekly low from September 2nd, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just an amazing uh, obedience to a former low, to a level, and we talk about levels all the time here in variable traders and how important they are in trading. And it's always interesting when sort of like, I don't know how to explain this exactly, but sort of like a downtrend sort of like created by events outside NVIDIA's sort of power. So you have the whole Iran war. It's dragging everything down, right? Everything's going down, 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 all the stocks together. But when NVIDIA does find a low and it does bounce, in accordance with the news, it still bounces kind of like at a like a very obvious local low from back from September. So I don't know. It's just kind of interesting how that sort of happens. There's a duality in trading where like you're subject to the news, and sometimes it's the news about the stock, and sometimes it's news not even related to the stock. But at the same time, these levels do work, you know, and so you
Yeah.
kind of be aware of both things. But always be watching those levels. Andrew hasn't said it in a long time, but his line used to be these levels are magic, which I used to love, and they do feel that way sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. Good morning to Peter. What they don't have flags here. Well, what's going on with YouTube? Is this a sensitivity thing? I'm trying to put good morning Peter, and I'm trying to find the Canadian flag, and I can't find it. They don't have it here. I have it on my iPhone. What's going on? They don't have flags here. Oh, that's interesting. They got these. Very interesting. All right, so just a flag. Good morning, Peter, to you. That's interesting. No flags.
What about a
American,
maple
Canada.
leaf?
Uh,
Search for leaf.
oh, they have. Oh, yeah, I got a leaf, but looks more like an autumn leaf. All right. Well, either way, good morning, Peter. Good to see you, my friend. Hopefully, you're doing well over in Egypt and enjoying yourself. But yeah, no flags on YouTube. Shame on you. There should be some flags there. All right, let's continue, friends. So yes, I do like NVIDIA. NVIDIA is on here for sure. And I am going to be watching also MU. MU looking really nice this morning. Love the pre-market action as well on this one. So those two for me. And guys, let me know what's your favorite semiconductor ticker that you'll be watching. And we'll see if we missed one. All right, back to our list, friends. So that is on there. And as far as our usual suspects, Tesla, of course, I'm going to be watching. So I'm going to put on Tesla again here. Although Tesla has been tough to trade, man. We had some really good trades in January and February, but this month it's been and John, I know you watch this stock all the time. It hasn't been the easiest thing to trade, man. It's been pretty tough to find opportunities. What's been your experience so far?
Hit and miss. I've still had some very good trades on Tesla, but like yesterday, it just gave me trouble. Nothing but trouble yesterday. So yeah, it's like you said, MU is just stepping up to be the the new favorite. You know, for so long it was Tesla, NVIDIA, Tesla, NVIDIA, Tesla, NVIDIA, and now at least we have something else that's fun to trade. I don't know. We'll see. I'll still watch it. It's definitely. I mean, I have my favorite top 12, and Tesla's definitely in the favorite top 3 every day anyway. Um, so yeah, we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see what it does. If it sets up, it sets up. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna add either way. I know it hasn't. It's one of those stocks that again, it doesn't trade very well, but how can you not watch Tesla when they can? Once in a while, can provide some good opportunities. Good volume today, 1.4 million. We've seen better, but that's okay. Up 2% this morning on here as well. Some of the ones you guys been watching a lot is Netflix. So Netflix, I'm looking at it now, pretty flat. Had a decent day yesterday. Right now, it's just kind of stuck within the previous day close, not really moving from there at the moment. So not much to see here on Netflix. Speaking of Andrew and Egypt and all that stuff, what we got going on here? Is Andrew getting some breaking news here, John? What's happening?
What do you got? Oh, yeah, this is embarrassing. I'm humbled to have this happen to me, but yeah, this hit the news this morning. I just happened to catch it this morning just after 7 o'clock.
That is awesome.
Um, yeah, no, thank you, Andrew. I thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
It's amazing. He's always good to us, right, Carlos?
He's
He's
great. I
he's a
know
great.
he's obviously very good to you, even more good to you, giving this gift he's giving you. So
It's incredible. He must be feeling
yeah,
good in Egypt and probably having a great time. And he's generous, and it's just
he's like who says we need Lambos? He
yeah.
doesn't
He's
need it, right?
probably
Give it away.
when he travels, he often gets that feeling of wanting to be more Spartan and kind of like get back to basics. We saw that when he went to Nepal, and he's probably feeling that.
Yeah, but
Uh,
he only does that when he's near death. You know, like when
but
he realized how close to death he can get. You know, when he goes to these mountains and he's like, I fell into a crevice and was stuck for like an hour. Like when that happens, then it's like okay, you know. But in Egypt with Peter and these guys, that's not happening. you know. But yeah, when he does his climbing, he comes back and it's like, man, we don't need this much. You know, we don't need this. He starts giving everything away and just like, But that's not gonna happen in Egypt. I don't think so.
He did send a picture of him lying down in that sarcophagus in the pyramid, and which I think is ill-advisable. I wouldn't mess with the mummy's curse. So maybe that's playing into it. Maybe it's in his blood now. He can feel the curse of the mummy coming in the end, and he's giving away his possessions. In either case, whatever it is, I mean, it's a great gesture, and thank you so much, Andrew.
Awesome stuff, guys. All right. Let's see what else, friends. So for me, at the moment, we have Nike, MU, NVIDIA, Tesla. Checking here, I see a lot of you guys mentioning Hood. That's gonna fall apart into the crypto stuff. As far as crypto, I don't see a whole lot. I see Hood only. I don't see CRSK. I don't see that one. It's only Hood. Where's Coin? I don't see Coin either. So maybe the news is just on Hood. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at Hood because this does trade very well. I do like the way this trades at time. I do like the way Coin trades as well. But Hood this morning, if I take a look at the details, we're up 2.5, 786,000 shares traded. I mean, pre-market action looks okay, but I just see overall market movement here. I don't see anything in individually moving here. Coins got the same thing. They just don't got that much volume at the moment. They're not up above 2%. So just to make sure, John, anything going on with Hood this morning?
No, I don't think so. How did we get on Hood? Is that a member suggestion?
Yeah, member suggestion. Also, we had it on it's on the gappers list all the way at the bottom here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I did not look up Hood. I noticed somebody always, I don't know if it's the same person. Hood is often suggested as a stock to check out every morning, which does
Yeah,
make me. I always tell people if I hear you mention the same stock over and over, I start to suspect you're the bag holder of that
your
stock.
bag holding.
So I don't know. We might have a bag holder trying to get some positive news
we
or something.
we need a bag holder emoji here. But yes, it's funny. I think the same thing when I see that. I think the exact same thing. Somebody keeps asking the same ticker that we never talk about. I mean, Hood is not one. We talk about Hood a lot, but people tend to do that. Like TSE Ringdo RH. Man, this stock is hard to trade. Hard to trade, and I think it's just are they still a low flow ticker? I know they were a low flow stock before. And the price was like 300 something, and the movements on this thing with the lack of volume is just dangerous, right? We've seen this many times before, and I believe they're a low flow. John, if you could pull that up, on top of that, so a low flow stock trading at 200
Yeah.
$300 is very dangerous, guys. I can't tell you how fast you could lose your shirt on something like that. So
It's
I don't know if
15 million shares float, which is
that's
low.
yeah,
It's not
it's low.
ultra low, but that's low. And it's low for the price, like you said, Carlos.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a dangerous combo.
High price like this, guys, with that flow, you can literally move $10, just like that. So be
Oh,
careful.
market pop, Carlos.
All
Market
right,
pop.
what we
What's
got?
that?
Finally, something happening. There it is.
What's the
Did
SPY
Trump wake
doing?
up? Trump woke up and picked up the phone. Let me check
We
Bloomberg,
are
see what's going on
volatile.
here.
We are
Let's see.
volatile.
Let's see. Okay. All the stuff I have is from an hour ago from Trump. I don't have anything new. But all right. Let's see what we got going on. As far as US economic calendar, do we have anything that popped up there? Anything scheduled for now?
No, but you
Nope.
just reminded me that we probably had some data come in. Let me check and see if there's any numbers. I didn't see anything move around 8:15 or 8:30 when that news was going to come in.
Yeah.
We're definitely moving around now.
Yeah.
Yeah, ADP jobs came in 62,000 versus 39,000 forecast. So that's quite the beat there. US retail sales came in about in line, 0.6% versus 0.5 forecasted. Yeah, nothing from the 8:15 or the 8:30 news really moved the market, but something's clearly going on now, and it's not directional at the moment. You know what it does? It's not picking which way it
Yeah.
wants to
Yeah.
go, but something's making everything funky here. Let me check
Yeah.
old Donnie Boy's Truth Social account here. Okay. I don't even, it's scary to read these even in real time, but I do have a truth post from Trump 1 minute
Okay.
ago. Here we go.
There it is. I
I'm
knew
gonna
it.
read it. I'm just gonna read it, and I might, if it offends anybody, I'm sorry. So Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, all caps. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah,
Listen,
yeah,
man,
there you
love
go.
him or hate him, enjoy this. You're never gonna see this type of comments from a president ever again, probably. So enjoy this time because we're gonna be reading about this in history when your president talks the way he talks. I mean, it's
I
just
don't know how
awesome.
we explain this in history, Carl. I
Uh,
don't know how you
yeah.
go. How do I have my
Well, you know
grandchild on
what?
my knee? Uh,
I'm jealous of the new students that have to study history because this is gonna be exciting to read. This is gonna be exciting. It's gonna be like he actually said that. Compared to some of the boring stuff that we have. This is gonna be exciting. So they got something new to actually look forward to read and go from. But yeah, man, it's that seems like positive or negative. How is the market taking this right now? You can't tell for the most part. So we'll see. We'll see what that means. Um, All right, friends, let's see here what we got going on as far as the markets. I don't see anything moving on the charts. Everything's still the same. The market just popped up and really came back down. There's not really much changing just yet, but the volume is there. Look at the SPY getting tons and tons of volume, almost 800,000 just in this one candle. And if I look at the other tickers, NVDA, Meta, and some other ones, they're not really moving much. So maybe gotta give it a little more time to see how this is going to end up. All right, so friends, as far as my list, Nike, MU, Nvidia, and Tesla on there, and I think that's gonna be it for me. Microsoft is another one that has been a lot of fun to watch. A lot of you guys been watching Microsoft as well, and you can see here on the daily. Again, they just continue to get crushed, seeing a little bit of rebound here in the last couple of days. So, John, how about BYD, man? This stock to me surprises me how much this thing has dropped.
yeah, I was gonna when you were bringing up Nike and talking about how low it was, I was gonna suggest maybe we just jump to this story here. Beyond the Meat, Beyond Meat, excuse me. The name of the company is Beyond Meat. We've jokingly called it Beyond the Meat for many years. That thanks to Norm. Um, they had earnings and nothing's good. Nothing's good with this company at all, and it's currently trading now below $1. I think it's been down there for a while. It's down 6% this morning, down to about 66 cents a share. And I it just is this even? It's still what exchange is this even on? Like
BYD, I thought it
it's
was
still it's on the Nasdaq still. Like how are
Nasdaq.
they?
Yeah, yeah.
They got to be delisted soon. I mean this
They
can't go
have to be.
on.
Yeah, yeah. They have to
Um,
be. Uh,
But I think they're going to try to change their company name to Just Beyond and take the meat part out. And they're I was reading this morning they're going to try to kind of get like change their image to like sort of healthier. Like there's a lot of skepticism about their products because yes, they don't have meat in them and they pretend or they're trying to be like meat, but people have complained about the seed oils and all kinds of the weird stuff they put in this stuff. So they're trying to maybe change their product line to be healthier and provide some sort of similar product for people who want a meat alternative or something. I don't know. It's over as far as I'm concerned. I don't see this
I,
turning around at this point.
yeah, this is just not gonna work out. I mean, if why would you need a meat alternative? We have meat. If you don't eat meat, don't eat meat. I mean, why do you need an alternative? Doesn't make any sense to me. But it's just
Oh,
weird.
they're going
It's
to try
just
to make
weird.
a protein drink is one of the things they're going to do.
Oh, like a
Uh,
meat protein drink? Like,
well, wouldn't be meat.
oh, okay. Like, well, yeah, it wouldn't be meat, but oh, that's nasty. That is just
Uh,
horrible.
let's see what they said. The company will not abandon its original focus on plant-based meat, stresses the CEO Brown. Plant-based meat still constitutes the vast majority of the business, but there was some news in here about a beverage. Beverages are big though. That's where everyone's going, Carlos. You know, everyone's making
That's
a drink.
the margins are just ridiculous on beverages. They're just
If you
out of
want, if you
control.
want to do
Yeah.
some market research, you can go in my kid's car and go look in the door storage compartments and in the back seat, and you can find all the drink um, cans that he throws all over his car. That and get an idea of what the kids are into. I just did that this morning, as a matter of fact. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
going to create a high protein drink product beyond Immerse. Will be launched in the retail soon. Uh, yeah, we'll see.
we'll
You know,
we'll see how that
when
goes. Yeah,
when this company started, I actually ate a Beyond Burger live here in the BBT chat room.
you
For
did.
I did, yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, how was
And
it?
I'll tell you what, Carlos, it wasn't like disgusting. It was just it was different. But in a way, it was almost like, I guess, if you were at a barbecue and like you just don't want to eat meat, I could see someone eating it. But at the time, we hadn't really dug into the potential unhealthy things that were in it or whatever. So, but I loaded it with condiments. That was the move. A lot of ketchup and mustard and whatnot to kind of get through it.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, when something doesn't taste so well, just put a bunch of hot sauce in it, and you can get through anything with hot sauce. I'll tell you that much. It is
Yeah,
awesome.
but I'm
Um,
not gonna do the drink live. I won't do that.
yeah,
So that's gonna have to be someone else.
yeah. Here it is, friends. Our friends over in Egypt. Here is Andrew and Peter, getting ready to, I guess, go on either a camel ride or ATV rides. Oh, there it is. That's nice. Look at that, having some fun out in the desert. And here it is. Oh, look at this. Did you guys get to ride them or no? Looks like they're getting prepped to go on them. So hopefully you guys are having an amazing time over in Egypt, and hopefully everybody's
Can you
enjoying
zoom in on the
themselves.
helmet of that first rider, Carlos?
Yeah, let's go in.
Go
Can I
back to
zoom
the
in? I don't know.
ATV photo.
Yeah,
No, zoom in
I
on
don't know if I could zoom in on this one. No, I can't zoom in on this, the way this thing is
that
sent here.
helmet. That helmet doesn't look like it's on his head properly.
No, no, yeah. Whoever this is, they fall, they're gonna get hurt. But yeah, it's I'm sure that's the last thing they're worried about. So, but yeah, very nice, very nice. All right, friends. Yes, market has picked a direction now. We're seeing it drop here, so we're going lower. So let's see how it ends up as we get closer to the market open. Right now, we had a comment from Trump, a text from post from Trump on Truth Social. That's what sparked things up. You can see the move up here and is going on the way down. So as you know, I love to speculate, but the president should have woke up today and saw the market is up. Don't do anything. Yesterday made sense. The market was down. Text. You did what you had to do. You got it up. Today we did not need a text this morning. Things were up, nice and dandy here. He should only text when we're below 640, and I think today he forgot to check what the market was doing. So now we're down here, half 8%, 3.5 million shares traded there. So tons of volume as you see the increase over the last couple of minutes here on the overall SPY, and that's obviously going to drag certain stocks lower. Tesla already moving down, NVDA following suit. All these tickers are pretty much moving with the market. So guys, today, all eyes on the market, all eyes on the SPYs, all eyes on the Qs, because depending on how that moves, that's what's going to be dragging a lot of these tickers. This is your catalyst for the next couple of days, is going to be the overall market, and any comments on the Iran war conflict, however you want to call it, doesn't make a difference to us. But whatever side you're on, whatever you want to call it, this is what's causing this catalyst, right? And we'll see. And it's a short week too, John. Like, we're off Friday, right? Markets are closed Friday. So tomorrow, I always say this, the day after, before the weekend, right? When the market's closed and you have no control what's going to happen over the next 3 days, could be very interesting. So we're off on a Friday for Good Friday. So that's also, I think, tends to add a little bit of pressure on what you really want to hold over the weekend that you have no control in getting in and out of, right? So we'll have to see. All right, let's see, friends. That's my list for today. John, I think we're ready to go to community events and announcements. Let's do that. See what's happening in our community on this beautiful Wednesday. You can always head over to bearbuters.com, friends, which I'm going to go there now. And you can see what's happening for the next 2 weeks.
All right, so it's
Yeah.
Wednesday, right? Wednesday,
Yep.
April 1st. Yeah. Yeah, April Fool's Day. None of this is a joke, though. This is real stuff that's actually happening at Bearable Traders. Tonight we have our psychology webinar. We will have Dr. Kenneth Reed talking about staying sane in a crazy market. And the following week, we're going to have Wesley Altman talking mental resilience and trading, closing the gap between knowing and doing. And I always say this about these psychology webinars, and I don't know if anyone listens to me, but not sort of, everyone agrees that trading is a psychological game. That it's the vast majority of being successful or failing at this comes down to your ability to control yourself and your emotions. It really, really does. The strategy and all that stuff is kind of like the last 10 or 20% of solving the puzzle, but the other 80 to 90% is just controlling yourself and taking a loss when you're supposed to and holding for your target when you get into a trade that's working well, actually allowing yourself to make some money and taking the right share size and staying away from the garbage. We talked about a lot of garbage this morning, trading quality stocks that aren't going to kick your butt. With that being said, it's always funny. The psychology webinars on Wednesday are always less attended than the strategy webinars on Tuesday because we're all attracted to the strategy stuff. We love it. We just want to know, like, what indicators do I put in my chart, and how do I do, where does my stop go, and is it underneath this candle or this moving average or whatever it is. We love technical stuff. Even though we agree it's largely a psychological game. So I encourage people, if you are an elite Variable Traders member, like, come to these psychology sessions and listen to what they're saying, because every time people do, you get the same comments that people say, like, I really needed to hear that, and or he's really talking about me, and it gave me a lot to think about. So check it out. And we have great people like Dr. Reed and Wesley Altman, who have fantastic content and recommendations to make you a better trader. So do not forget your psychology webinars on Wednesday.
Yep, absolutely, friends. Heading down here, if you guys want to join, here's how you can do that.
Yep, if you'd like to join Variable Traders, lots of ways to do that. And I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it as long as I'm filling in for Peter. I love the $39 per week little introductory 7-day test drive where you get access to the onboarding session, the basic content and day trading courses, but especially the chat room. You'll learn so much hanging out in the chat room. It's open all day. You got me and Carlos. Well, we're on YouTube here in the morning, and the chat room right now. You have who is in the chat room right now? I don't have it open, but you'll have Brian and Jared in the morning, and Andrew coming in for live trading, followed by Paris and Gary, followed by Eamon, followed by me, followed by Megan, whatever. It's just all day long. There's a moderator there to help you out in the chat room, and you can learn so much. They will answer your questions all day long. If you'd like to bump up your level of membership, you can go for that elite membership, which is on sale right now, 50% off, $99 per month. Gets you access to everything I mentioned, but there's also those weekly webinars, like those psychology webinars I talked about, and some of the advanced content. And if you'd like to join for longer, you can do that 1-year commitment, or the big one, go for that lifetime membership and stay with us till the end of time. And both of those come with that $50,000 DOS Trader funded account. That is a simulated trading account that you actually use with the DOS Trader DOS Trader
You
Pro.
could do it, John. You could do it.
platform.
You got it.
You
could do it, man.
My third cup of coffee here. Which allows you to trade as if you had a real account. But if you actually make money in those accounts over the 90-day period, Andrew will cut you that check and pay you out. So you can actually make your money back on it. And we have people do very well in those accounts. So a great option there for either of those paths.
Yeah. Speaking of funded account, friends, let's take a look at the leaderboard. We haven't looked at that in some time. What do we have going on here? Yeah, 143%. 143,000. I mean, as far as profits, just incredible. Let's look at just the traders are progressing. Kyle, mental game, our good buddy on YouTube. He's always on in chat. Doing very well, my friend. Keep it up. 24K for you. Awesome. Devin and Keegan also hanging out here. Just trailing. Still great. I mean, they're up 15,000 here on their profits. So all of these guys getting a nice payout. And I'm sure there's more. It's only the top 5. There's probably more down here that we can't see. But you guys are doing just awesome, man. So great work. El Patron, you're in here too, right? I know you started your funded account as well. You're just not top 5, my friend. That's all. So you're not here yet. But hey, you just started, so I know you can get there. So we look forward to seeing your name pop up on that top performing list, my friend. All right, let's see what we got here, friends. We're good to go. Market continues to pick a direction here, or stick to its direction after the tweet from, I see tweet that's just so engraved in our heads. Tweet post from Trump about the Iran war and what the plans are. And you can see here we are dropping some more. Again, he's going to be talking tonight. So tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Tonight he's going to have an address at 9 p.m. So be aware of that, 9 p.m. Eastern time. He will be addressing the nation, and I'm sure that's going to be a topic of conversation there. So be on the lookout for that and how that's going to affect the markets tomorrow morning. So it should be exciting. Open as well. All right, with that, friends, I think we are all set to go here. Let's see what you guys like. Throw out your tickers. John, how did you get the Canadian flag to go there? How did you find that?
Somebody earlier did it. I can't take credit. Somebody in the chat.
Oh, how did you do that? It's nice.
Who was it? Let me see if I can find out who it was. But no, I just copied it from a different website and pasted it in. So
oh, you could do that. Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Very nice.
I can kind of understand why YouTube doesn't want national flags in their chat. It would probably be a lot of country on country comments, you know.
Oh,
so
goodness.
kind of makes sense, but I guess you can still get them in there. So
we can't we can't be this sensitive, man. We can't. We're traders. We got to be tough. This market's going to beat us up, chew us back out, and beat us up again. We can't. Oh, all right. Let's trade.
There should be an option when you sign up for your YouTube channel to say, like, I'm willing to take
the beating,
the slings and arrows. Yeah.
You know, when you sign up to YouTube, you should be able to tell the level. I agree, the level of thick skin you have. You know, it should be a test. Okay, you got thick skin. You can, you know, you did a test at pick every motorcycle on the little boxes. There should be a text. Little Sam, like, okay, let's see how thick your skin is. Yes, you can afford to deal with some stuff that might not be aligned with your beliefs, and you're going to be okay. You're not going to go jump off the bridge. But my goodness, the guardrails that we have here, we're adults. People, we're adults. We control ourselves. My goodness.
Head over to X if you want to be naughty. They'll let you.
Oh. All right. And on a much lighter news, we have Kit Kat doing some things here.
Yeah, this is kind of old news at this point. I mean, I think it happened this weekend, but the new news is on the right there. So Kit Kat had 12 tons of their candy bars stolen it happened over in Europe. They were en route to Poland, I believe. And they were stolen. I don't even know what 12 tons of Kit Kats looks like. Is that multiple trucks, or did they steal a train? I don't know. It's over 400,000 Kit Kat bars, so it was quite a bit. But this morning, Kit Kat announced they have a Kit Kat tracker. So if you obtain a Kit Kat bar, you can scan the code on the back or enter it into the website. It'll let you know if you are in fact in possession of a stolen Kit Kat bar. If you're curious, so Kit Kat's having some fun with this. This is not an April Fool's joke, by the way. And either it actually works. You can
really okay.
Yeah, if you're curious. Now, if you're not in Europe, I don't know. I mean, geez, what happens with stolen Kit Kats, Carlos? Do they get distributed globally? Is there any money in that? It's hard to believe. So, I would think they're staying local to Eastern Europe, perhaps. So if you're over there, maybe you'll get one.
Oh, all right. Look at that. If you don't know, now you know. There you go. All right, friends. Wow, SPY continuing to pick a direction lower, friends, and new lows being created now. So this should be interesting. This is going to be a lot of fun. That should be changing the way our gappers list looks, and it is. You can see a lot more stuff heading into the red over here. So the gap down list growing a little bit. We have Nike on the list today. RH we looked at again. Be careful. Low flow stock, that high price low flow like this one, you got to be very, very careful, okay, on how that plays out. And then over here, again, just a bunch of stuff on deck this morning. And the list, the gap up list, notice is getting shorter, right? Because things now are falling below that 2% as the SPY is heading towards that previous day close. It's going to drag some things lower here. I'm just going to take a quick look at CRCL, because I know this stock has been moving a whole lot in the daily. It's been all over the place. You can see it here, up and down today. not really doing a whole lot, so might not be in play anymore here. So, all right, I don't have much on my secondary list. Let's take a look at what you guys like. Allison, you're giving us USO, which is oil. I don't typically trade these directly, but you can. They are clearly in play here. You can see USO moving higher, and any other energy and defense stocks, right? All these stocks have been in play lately. I'm not a big fan of the energy oil plays for intraday trading, but there's some good ones out there. I know there's Oxy, there's USO you can trade directly. So pick your favorites out of those. For the most part, I usually never look at them. Socks is another one, right? This is what's the leverage on this? This is 3 times leverage. Ooh, careful. But pick your favorites on all of these, and they're definitely in play. All right, Biggie Bronco, you're giving us RZLV. RZLV. Ooh, let me make sure I got that right. RCLV. No, man, this is not in play. This is not in play for sure. It's not even gapping up. It's just right on the previous day close line. Is that what it is? It's like right on it. Yeah, no. Be careful. This is more of a one of those lower price stocks, and I just don't see anything happening. Hard to borrow. Yeah, man, just careful on this thing. So won't be on my list. Don't let the volume fool you on that one. It's got like 1.8 million shares traded, but it's not moving anywhere with that 1.8. Light, on the other hand, we do have a nice move here, up 4.1 this morning. For the most part, they don't get great volume though, right? And they're $700 stocks. So what happens is, with a stock like this, the spread is going to be massive. Now, there's nothing wrong with a big spread. You can always manage it by taking less shares, having wider stops. But the price action is going to be very difficult to read when you have a spread of like $3. It's going to get better at the market open, but given the volume that I'm seeing here on the daily, not by much. Not by much. So what happens is when you're trying to identify the patterns for your strategy, because you should have a strategy when you trade this thing, you shouldn't trade just randomly. When you try to identify the price action for your strategy, it's not going to look very good. The level 2 is not going to have a lot of information because it's just not that many. There's not that much liquidity on it. So for those reasons, it's just, it's just very difficult to put this on my list. So daily overall, though, and again, that's just for the way I trade, right? For the way we trade and what we're looking for, you might trade a little bit different, and the things I mentioned might not be an issue for your criteria, for your trade book. So if it looks good for your trade book and you're able to trade it, by all means, go for it. It might be in play for you. And if you do trade differently, please send me a screenshot. I would love to see how you're trading. Would love to see what strategy you're trading this with. So send me a screenshot, carlos@bearwithtraders.com. I would love to see other people trading different things other than what we normally do here for like the 5-minute RB, the high of day breakout, the mountain pass. I would love to see different styles of trading that our community, you guys, are doing. So do not hesitate to ever send me an email. Carlos@bearwithtraders.com. Do it now, because I am free now. I am very free now. Bootcamp just ended, right? And you got until May. I can answer all emails. After May, as me and John knows, when May comes on, the next bootcamp, which, by the way, if you want to join, make sure you do that now. We get busy. So send us an email. We could take advantage of that for sure. So take advantage of the time. Speaking of which, the bootcamp, Peter, John, I'm very excited about that. Want to talk a little bit about the bootcamp and how people can join?
Yeah, we're wrapping up today. Actually, we have our closeout meeting, so boot camp is coming to an end. Our what we call our January or winter boot camp. So we'll be starting a new one in May. I don't know the kickoff day, Carlos. I don't know if you do. It's usually the first week of May.
I think I saw May 4th or May 3rd. The only reason I remember that is because it's like right after my birthday, and I'm like, okay, I see that. So I think it's like May 3rd, May 4th. The actual kickoff.
Yeah, and we had this question yesterday, like, is it too late to sign up? It is not too late to sign up for the May boot camp. And in fact, we accommodate people right into the start. Sometimes, people will join up basically the day it kicks off. So if you're on the fence or you need time to think about it, don't think that the window is closed by any means. So yeah, this is our 90-day like advanced day trading education experience where we take in some usually between 60 and 80 traders. We'll divide those people up into smaller groups to give each one like a focused mentor for the session, and you'll go through this 90-day process of really what boils down to like discipline, strategy, focus, and we'll teach you how to pick a strategy, trade it, analyze your setups from your good setups to your bad ones. You'll go through both, but we'll start dividing those up into what we call cat 1, 2, 3, and 4 trades. And we'll start to teach you how to take these category 1 and 2 trades, which are truly like your good setups, the trades you should be taking, and how to filter out the 3s and 4s over time, and then start to do the analysis on the 1s and 2s to determine like what's really helping the strategy. What are the parameters, what are the variables that make this strategy work better? What are the things that kind of work against it? And those things start to become your trade book. And over the course of the boot camp, you will create a literal trade book, a document that says how you trade the strategy based on your observations and your data analysis. And the backbone of the whole boot camp is this trade book meeting. You see on Monday nights at 7 p.m. Mike leads that and takes you through every section of the trade book from start to finish. And we focus on a different section every week. There's a homework assignment related to that section. Not a ton of homework, but mind you, but it is work. Boot camp, you sign up to put in some work for this experience. So if you do it, buckle up for a little bit of homework, and that's what we'll build out throughout the boot camp. And then in addition to that, we have live trading every morning where you'll see people trade you don't typically see trade. Like me, you'll see me trading on this pre-market show while Peter's in Egypt, but you typically won't. People only see me in the afternoon on Variable Trader. So, but in boot camp, you can see me trade, Mike trade, Megan trade, Carlos trade, Brendan, Lenny, all kinds of different people trading different strategies. So there's that to it. And then there's a series of classes too, to build upon your knowledge delivered by Megan, Eamon, Brendan, and all kinds of people. So we get nothing but great feedback on this. I mean, people almost universally agree it makes them a better trader than when they started out, and people definitely highly recommend it to others. So yeah, that's all I'll say. I'll stop gushing on boot camp now. But if you'd like to join us, go to peakcapitaltrading.com. That's PEAK trading. Peak PEAK capitaltrading.com, and you'll find a link for the boot camp there.
All right, awesome, friends. All right, less than 20 minutes to the market open here. INTC was mentioned in chat. Let's take a look at that one. I don't see anything great on it right now, but again, it's a hit or miss with this one. Like, it can trade very well. We've seen some really good moves yesterday, actually, not bad the way it trended here. Usually trades lower volume, but it can still provide some good opportunities. I'm personally not a big fan of it. Pre-market action is not giving us anything special here at the moment. We do got 2.8 million shares traded on it, up 1.5. I prefer the NVIDIAs and the Metas of the world right now, but for the most part, it's if you like, you could definitely watch it. But I'm gonna keep it off the list for me personally. I saw some other ones that I missed earlier. Pedro, you talked about BE. So BE is at Bloom Energy. Is another one that trades very light volume. Also, I'm not sure if they're actually a direct energy play. I'm not sure what these guys do. But I think if you want to trade energy, I believe there's better tickers out there. I believe there's better stuff to actually look at. Bloom Energy, what these guys do? Oh, is this Bloom Energy like the drink? Is what this is?
No, this is an energy. This is like a energy, like actual energy stock.
Okay, because there's a drink called Bloom Sparkling Energy. It's a little bit different. Okay, there's a drink there too. All right, so yeah, it is. Oh yeah, I see the website here. It's Energy Play. So yeah, I think there's better ones that trade a little bit better. But again, pick your favorites. BE, we watched it in the past before when they were in play with their own individual news, and I was really never a fan of the way that they traded here. So yeah, it looks like Bloom Energy. They got some whatever this is, a battery or something. This is what gets Peter going. Peter always talks about why they always put the people running through the fields when it comes to energy or any type of drug. This is like the model picture of peace, tranquility, and I guess energy, clean energy. I guess whatever the case may be. Somebody running through the fields. Oh boy. But yeah, there you have it.
Same thing with drug commercials, Carlos. You always have
every drug commercial.
people walking through fields of grass. Yeah.
Yeah, blooming with energy, says Andrew. Yeah, I guess so. Blooming with clean energy, fresh air, I guess. But yeah, this is, you know, it's that gladiator scene when at the end, well, when he dies, he's walking through the fields. Same thing.
Yeah,
So
touching the wheat.
yeah, yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, I think there's better energy plays out there. So if you have the space, put it on deck. Definitely watch it. But I'm gonna keep it off my list for now. All right, we'll stop here. John, let us know what our team is watching. For me personally, Nike, MU, Nvidia, and Tesla. I still have nothing on my secondary list, so we can add more stuff there. But let's see if we can get any ideas. No Gladiator spoilers. Come on, man. Come on. If you haven't seen Gladiators by now, you're in trouble, man. I mean, I you know what? I can't say that because there were some movies you guys called out that I have not seen that I got a lot of crap for. But Gladiator, that's in our timeline here. You should definitely have watched that. All right, we're getting to John. John, let us know what our team is watching over in the chat room.
That movie's 26 years old, by the way,
Oh
which
my
is
goodness,
interesting
that's
because
crazy.
it was made in the year 2000, but you could watch it today, Carlos, and it's
Oh yeah,
still it feels modern, right? It feels great. But if you were in the year 2000 to go back 20 years, you'd be in 1974, and like it seems like movies to me had a distinctly different feel, like in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s than they do. I don't know if
I
that's just a
I think
product of
yeah no I think you get to a point where like the phones, like iPhones or any phone, Android phones, you got to the point like what else can you possibly do besides the phone making me a sandwich? Like you got to the point where that's it. We reached the max. There's the increments from of upgrades from now are very small compared to like when the first iPhone, all touchscreens came out. That
yeah,
was a big leap, right? So same thing with movies. You have these big, giant leaps. Now it's like almost we got to go back. Like, okay, that's too much GI. Like, bring it back a little bit. That's too much
right. Yeah.
green screen. Bring it back a little bit. Let me see something that actually looks real. And I think we're there with that for sure, for sure. So yeah, I see that.
Where was the sweet spot? It probably was right around the year 2000. All right, so Andrew's watching. Andrew says we are so back is his quote this morning. He's excited. He thinks we're coming back here on the market. He's going to be watching Tesla, AMD, Nvidia, and Microsoft. Uh, and he says already long from puts assigned. I don't know if that refers to the last one. I think that's probably Microsoft there at the end. Mike's going to be watching Google and Amazon and scanners. And Megan's trading live with Peak Capital Trading this morning, as I mentioned. So Megan's going to be in there. She's keeping the watch list simple for now. She says MU. I like the simplicity there. Focus, go get it. Gary's watching Tesla, NVIDIA, and SNDK. And Brian's watching NVIDIA, Tesla, Nike, CRCL, and the SPY and the Qs. So there you go from our moderators. I didn't mention what I'm watching. We talked about it a bit, I guess. I like what Megan likes there with MU. I like NVIDIA. Well, I like MU, Tesla, MU and Tesla. I'm going to focus on those a lot.
All right, perfect, friends. All right, we're getting ready for the market open and just above 10 minutes here for us to hit the bell. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We really appreciate it. It helps us out a ton. We're sitting at 203 likes, and I am going to also hit the thumbs up here. So here you go, thumbs up on YouTube. We'd love to be a little bit higher. Let me refresh. Sometimes that thing is behind and it might actually be higher than that. But yeah, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We really appreciate it. It does help out the show a lot. This is why we ask for you guys to help us out there. It does mean a lot to us here. I gotta tell you, speaking of people are saying the Camus Hollywood is dead. What Hollywood needs to do is hire Tiger Woods. This guy can actually get some real life scenes of cars flipping over and walk off. I mean,
just as
he's
a
good at this. Just
just as a
walks right.
stuntman.
Yeah, it's a stuntman. He'll do very well. So we'll see. So now I don't know if you saw the comment, but he's pulling himself away from golf for a while to, to work on his health and rehab or whatever he has to do. So, you know, was
I saw that. Yeah, I don't know if he's
yeah,
going to an actual rehab,
no,
which is probably what he should do,
just to
or if he's
save face and be ready for the Masters later in the year. That's all. So
now it would be the ultimate comeback. Now a lot of guys my age. I love Tiger watching him play back in the day. It was so exciting and so good.
yeah,
It's
it's,
sad to
it's, it's
see
like
him
watching
all.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
watching. Yeah, it's that good. you know?
He would win and win and win, and I've always hoped there'd be some kind of resurgence in his career. I think it's done at this point. So.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really is. All right. Good morning, Eric the doctor. All right, guys. If you have any questions, Eric the doctor is in the house. He can he can help you. Uh, he can help you anything you have worries. Um, Tyler Woods is going back to driving school. No, I think he knows how to drive. He's just gotta stop driving under the influence. I think he knows how to drive. Just stop driving drunk or on the pills or whatever you're doing. Just stop doing that. And if you are gonna have a little fun, Justin Timberlake, order a driver. Get a driver. Get a Uber Black. Right. You don't have to drive your car. So I don't understand it when you have the means and the funds to easily afford a driver, which he probably does. He probably does have a driver, but call the guy. Gonna set my list here, guys. Nike this morning. We'll do some levels for some of this stuff. I got Nike. I got MU. I am looking at the next one here is going to be NVDA. We have Tesla. I'll type that one in, and I got nothing on my secondary. So a lot of space to add more stuff. If you guys see something great, we can add it on here. But let's go ahead and get some levels in place before our bell here. We'll start with Nike. Typically, the stock doesn't trade very well, but I think today could be a day where they do some stuff. So let's take a look here. 48.13 is the high of the pre-market. The low is going to be down at 46.34. These guys have not been down here. If you missed it earlier in the show, since like 2015. I mean, this is a big drop for them, man. They're just got to figure it out. Something's happening here. They got to figure it out. But look, if you go back, it's like 2014. 2014, man. This is a long time ago. So we got some levels towards the bottom here that we're going to mark down. Look at that 46.34. This is your low. Oh, here we go. This is your low of your pre-market right here. So clearly there's some areas there that we're kind of hovering around. 45.77 towards the bottom. You got some support happening there as well. Towards the top, we're looking at right in here, 47.17 is a good one as well. So there you have it on Nike. Really active this morning. Let's see how it does. It is a nicey stock, so you need to wait for the volume to come in. Usually I could take a minute or two after the bell rings. So just be patient with this one. And let's see if we have an overreaction or are we going to continue to head lower on Nike. MU has been great to us. Not so easy in the last couple of days, but again, overall has been really nice to watch. A lot more volume than AMD has been putting. Like we're at 3.7 million shares on MU. AMD only 1.5 and was much lower earlier as well. So gaining some volume now after the market started moving a couple of minutes ago. But MU has been trading a lot better for me, at least. 350.97 is the high of the pre-market. The low is going to be down over at 338.78. So we'll slam one there. And if you look at the bigger picture, we're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, so I don't think you need to add anything else. You're looking good there. NVIDIA is next. NVIDIA getting a nice big move yesterday. High of the pre-market, 177.29. Andrew took a monster trade on this thing. Monster. I mean, he was in here. 168, I believe, was his entry. He got in around 168, added partial a couple of times, and I don't know if he was around for this bigger move. He could have been, because this never really came down to test his entry. So he could have survived that, but I don't remember if he was. But I know at least at 171, 172 area, he was still hanging out, taking partials on that thing. So good for him on NVIDIA. Big day for Andrew there. 177.29 is the level towards the bottom. Highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. We are going to mark down this 171.67 here. And then towards the top, we have a level of 180. And then right above here, another big level as well. 182.19. Once you do that, guys, you're pretty set on NVIDIA. We're looking very nice there. Last but not least, going to be Tesla. Tesla moving nicely here towards the bottom. You got so many levels. There's nothing else you really can add here. I mean, you're pretty much set there, so that's good. Low of the pre-market right now. What is it? 374.87. Yep, right in here, 374.87. Our high is sitting at 381.15, so we'll slam one there. And then we head over to the left here, and we're just going to select this right over here. 387.17 is a good spot. And then just in case things really take off, 396.01, but that would be a hell of a move if we're able to get something like that. So there it is, guys. Nike, MU, NVIDIA, and Tesla. 4 minutes to the market open. John, we are ready to rock here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get my charts all set up here and get everything on a 1 minute chart. Keep it on a 15-minute for the morning just to get an idea of the general direction, which I think I understand now. So I'm gonna switch everything to a 1 minute here on all my top 12. Yeah, I'll be ready to go. It's gonna be one of those
Awesome
days where I
sauce.
think I can get an easy one and done, which could be a dangerous way to think about. Well, I know it's a dangerous way to think about trading, so I'm gonna try to
Yeah.
not
Yep.
be a sucker.
Let's go ahead and get our atlas set, and we'll be ready to go. All right, over here. Wait, John, is your birthday today? Is that I'm reading here in chat on Telegram?
Sure, yeah, it's my birthday.
For real or not? I gotta read this whole thing now.
I mean,
Uh,
sure, maybe.
Dude, happy birthday. I'm reading the whole. Yeah, look at that. That's interesting. Happy birthday, man. uh, all right.
Oh,
Look at.
it's not my birthday, Carlos.
Wait, let me read the whole thing. Oh, so it's not your. So it's not your birthday.
No, imagine that post is a little more tongue in cheek and me being silly. Cause no,
Oh, okay. I'm reading. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? I'm like, this is paragraphs and paragraphs. I'm trying to catch up. All right, it's not John's birthday. It's not John's birthday. Hold the line.
no,
Hold the line.
my parents were not circus clowns. No, that's a
Well,
little
I didn't
joke
believe
that
that.
Peter.
I didn't believe
Oh,
that
okay.
on the message, but I thought there was some truth sprinkled in there. I said John April fooled me. Yeah.
On pretty much any social media site, I choose April 1st as my birthday. So it's funny. I'll get some like people I've never heard of or not heard from in a long time on Facebook, or I'll get a message like, "Oh, happy birthday!" Like, come on, man. Check the calendar.
Absolutely. I hate. I don't put my birthday on those things. I always leave it out.
You know, the Army trained us a lot about, they called it PII when you're in the military, personally identifiable information. And it's just, you know, we share information about ourselves so readily. I mean, you could probably
Yeah.
Google what my birthday is for all I know, but we are very loose with our data and stuff. So I don't know. Whenever something asks me for my birthday, I'm like, I'm not putting my real birthday on a website. Like, no, no way.
Yeah. No. No. Absolutely not. All right.
I did back in the day when I first joined Facebook back in 2007 or whatever it was. I'm sure I put my real
I'm
birthday. I was
sure my
probably
birthday's.
like
Yeah.
this is fun. Now people know when my birthday is, you know, and then
Yeah.
or it's a couple of years later, I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Here's the bell, my friends. Let's rock and roll. All right, here we go. See what we got going on here on Nike MU. Here's MU already off to the races.
I'm gonna wait 5 minutes for sure this morning because this is the kind of morning you feel like you got to catch the first move or you get left behind, and it's not true for how
Yeah.
I trade. You know, I can get a
Yeah.
secondary
Yep.
move. It's no problem. So I don't know what this market wants to do this morning because Trump posted that news, which sounded very positive, as it often does from him. But the market spiked on it and then it called bullshit, honestly. And
Yeah.
it went
Yeah.
back down. So I don't know what the bigger powers know about what he said, but it clearly they didn't gobble it up for
Right.
more than a
Right.
minute. So I'm really not sure. I'm not sure we are going higher this morning. So, well, you know, give it 5 minutes, see what happens.
Uh, yeah. Hashtag is not John's birthday today. That would be the hashtag later.
That's a long one. It's you know what? It should be hashtag fool FOOL for April Fool's Day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. I like that. All right, Tesla dropping, guys. NVIDIA doing the same a little bit here. MU as well, getting a bit of a drop there. We got my Atlas didn't open up. Let me try to open that. MU coming back, nice engulfing on the 1 minute. Careful. One of the toughest strategies there is that those 1 minute ORB breakouts, but this looks good. If Andrew's watching this, he's probably in long on MU. This is such his strategy there. That friends, 1 minute engulfing worked pretty nice. Nike getting the volume already, so there it is, getting a drop. I'm gonna look for a 5 minute ORB on Nike. I'm gonna wait a little bit for Nike, but I do like the drop here. If we're gonna be weak into today, 5 minute ORB could be really nice for that. MU put in a good setup here. Should have partial already, depending on how your strategy is. 352. Oh, MU is gonna do the thing. Look at it go. Let's see if
SPY's
it can
doing its
break.
thing too here. Here goes NVIDIA for its high, right around 176. Good volume today. SPY's at 147% RVol, so it's more than usual. And most of the stocks on my
Yeah.
watch list are over 100, although there are a couple. PLTR and Coin are actually below 100 today so far. And Tesla's right at 99%.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Tesla dropping, Nvidia coming back above the V up. Nice, interesting candle on the 5 minute. Look at that buying pressure there. That can also be good. But you got to keep an eye on the SPY because the SPY, again, remember, it's a lot that can happen there. It's just the overall weight. The SPY's been moving things around with lately. So, oh, open this in the wrong spot. All right, how is MU doing? MU coming back. You guys are mentioning AMD. Let's take a quick look. AMD, another one that ran pretty good. Very nice. I did put AMD on my secondary here. Just didn't list it here, but I can do it there. There he goes. AMD taking off. The SPY pushing higher as well, so that's good. All right, coming up on the 5 minute. Let's see what we have. Nike still showing some weakness here. I would love a pullback back to 46.34, and then more weakness to go short on that one. MU. Let's see how this 5 minute closes. This is looking good, man. MU wants to go.
Pushing on that pre-market high there.
Yeah, man. This thing. Yeah, if I update the pre-market high, you have another pre-market high here. The most latest, right? Right over here at 352. So we're pushing up right against that. Here's the 5 minute. Here's the little pullback. NVIDIA. We talked about this just yesterday too. These type of candles, right? So you gotta be careful with these in the 5 minute ORB. But I do like NVIDIA potentially long here.
SNDK is such a beast. It's looking at a $25 move already. It's nuts.
It's just wild. Just wild. I like NVIDIA. I need to see more from NVIDIA. I would love this to stay above the VWAP. Take it for a possible 5 minute opening range breakup. I'm looking at Atlas. See what that tells me there. SPY's holding, so that's good. Yeah, it looks bullish. All right, we're gonna go long. Oh, not the best fill. We're gonna go long NVIDIA. So I'm long NVIDIA, guys. 176.50 has a lot of ask up there on Atlas. So hopefully we can get above that. Stop 170, just below the VWAP, 175, 175.70. We can go as low as 60 depending how the price action is, but around 175.70, we'll have to bail on it. But let's see. Let's see if we can hold here. SPY's not going against us here, so that's good. Hopefully that can help. And MU, oh man, MU was the play. That's a beautiful play on MU, man. It beautiful engulfing on the 1 minute. Nice continuation in here for the 5-minute ORB, plus the break, as you mentioned, John, the break of the pre-market. That was a much better possible play with a partial in here now, and let's see if we can get going. So NVIDIA trying to hold above the VWAP. We got a little bit of a pullback here. 175 will be out of it. Let's see, the SPY's pulling back a little bit. Nothing crazy, but I am paying attention to that because a lot of stocks are just moving with their overall market, right? As you're seeing here. NVIDIA and Atlas looks good. It looks good. It looks long. Here it is, right? It looks good. 176.40, 50. You got a lot of orders up there, so I'm hoping we can get up. There's not much towards the bottom. So we'll see if we can get up there on NVIDIA. This is for a 5-minute opening range breakout. And let's see if we can get the move. We talked about this exact same setup yesterday, so I'll make sure to take a screenshot for it. And the next time we do a 5-minute ORB class, we talked about this exact same setup here. Getting above the VWAP, the wick towards the bottom. You want to avoid going in the same direction of the wick because usually a lot of buying pressure. So this to me signifies more of a long signal than short, right? You want to short into that, but going long, that could be a better situation. All right, NVIDIA, you got everything going. The SPY's going higher. You know, like, what are you waiting for to give us our 1R? I don't understand. Like, what do you need? Okay, you got me talking about you. I'm invested in you, and you're not moving. Like, what else do you need? Help me help you. Come on.
That's what drives me nuts when the market's going, other things are going, and it's like you're a big sector stock. Just go, man. Like,
right. And the one I'm in, you don't go. I bet. Let me start checking other stuff like MU, which was another great potential possible play. MU was nice, guys. So I hope you got into MU. Sri, good to see you in chat. Nice. Enjoy our conversation over email. So good to see you. I think we also saw, not email. I think we were in the chat room on the onboarding, I believe. So welcome to the community. Good to have you. But yeah, look at MU go. Like, what's going on? NVIDIA's trying, but it's so hesitant. And
I'm in NVIDIA for the high day break at 33, 176.33.
Nice.
So I kind of feel like I'm going to get stopped out, believe it or not, Carlos. Like, even though this is a nice initial move, like, I don't think it's going to carry. So I'm at break even on the stuff. And there it goes. It's out.
Yeah.
Break even. No big deal. But like, I felt like it was going to pop, but I don't feel like it's going to carry. So it was a prayer hands trade for sure.
It's struggling. I don't think it's gonna go, man. I might just get out as well.
It's not going to survive any SPY pullbacks. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, 'cause it's just one of those situations where the SPY creeps up. It's not quite responding in the way you want it to, and then when the SPY puts in a red candle, it freaks out.
Yeah,
my least
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Good pullback on MU there. That I liked. So I'm going to get an alert set on MU. High day 356.37. I'm going to get an alert at 355.21. Actually, I'm going to get a little lower. Actually, I'm going to watch it with my eyeballs. I'm not going to set an alert at all. I'm watching MU now. If it drops a bit lower, I'll put an alert in there.
Yeah, MU was awesome. The SPY is turning around a little bit here, so that's hurting Nvidia. But man, they had the opportunity. Like, and the SPY did all of this here, and Nvidia had the opportunity to do that, and it's just struggling. Like, it's not moving higher. So might be a sign to get out, because that means if the SPY turns around and goes lower, we are dropping hard towards that VWAP. It's just my opinion. It does not necessarily have to happen, but it is not having a good moment here on Nvidia. So there it is. SPY's dropping. Nvidia is going the other way. Like, what? Nvidia's just trying to be hard headed. It really is. Um, that's interesting. And we're getting this push higher. Let me see what Atlas is giving us. It was been bullish, so I'm hoping that can hold. But oh, no. Nvidia, no, things have changed. Yeah, things have changed. It looks very, very bearish now. So my stop is 175.75, but I'm probably gonna get out before that. Okay, no, here it is. Wait, updated again.
I
Yeah,
tried MU, but I got slammed by this SPY and Q's candle. I thought
yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
yeah.
swear I had that there, but I should have got out a couple seconds earlier when I saw this current 1 minute candle and the SPY started to
Nice.
really sink deep, because very, very unlikely MU was going to carry through at that point. So unfortunately, I should have
All
got out a
right.
little sooner. That's a bummer.
That is a bummer, man. And look at
Oh,
our NVIDIA mess us up here. But let's take advantage, let's refocus and see, as we get this drop here, is there a play lower now near the VIA? So NVIDIA, I like NVIDIA for sure, because again, we just did so poorly to try to get above here. So maybe there's too much selling pressure. And you could tell Atlas has completely changed. Like, we flipped completely to the downside on NVIDIA. So I want to trade a strategy though. So if you have breakdown, would be the breakdown here. I want the pullback and then the confirmation to go lower. I just don't want to flip and go short without no actual strategy. So, um, but man, this is dropping pretty fast here. The market showing its true colors, my friends. Showing its true colors right here as we are dropping lower this morning. So, news? No, I don't think this is news yet. The news was this morning. Here was the news. Well, not news, but the post from Trump was this morning here, and you can see the reaction and the market. I don't know. It's kind of settling in here. Hopefully, it's not going to be choppy, and we actually get a downwards continuation. So here's the spot. We got our breakout candles right here. Let's see if the pullback means something, and if we can get a drop, I will go short for that drop. We got orders at 175. So we'll see. All right, let's see what the NVIDIA does here. All right, so here's our pullback to the VWAP. It's a great risk to reward right here, guys. Atlas is still showing weakness. Let's wait. I'm going to wait. 175. We'll stop right in this area. 176.13 will be my possible stop. All right, we're punching through. We are still good. I'm afraid if I take too long, we're gonna miss. You know what? This is the play. I'm going short, guys. I'm not gonna wait for the confirmation on this one. A little bit unorthodox, I know, but I want a good stop. I want a good stop. 176.13. I just want to have a really good entry. Atlas is looking very, very short. Don't do this. Follow your plan. This is not ideal, but I want to see if this is gonna get pulled down here from the VWAP lower. So let's see. Let's see what it does. See if SPY is going to push us down. Hopefully we don't have a choppy day. This is good. Good situation here. Hopefully we can get lower. We're looking for 175.30 is where I have a lot of orders, but we're looking for the break here, the break of this this area. Which, if you get there, you probably can still take a short there if you're waiting for the confirmation. If you get there, but it's all on the SPY. It's really all on the SPY at this point. MU sideways. Nike did end up dropping, not very clean. Tesla. A little bit all over the place on Tesla. So let's see. Let's see what NVIDIA does. And if it gets down here, I might add if it gets down there. But let's see. One thing at a time. One step at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see. Andrew. Oh, yes, Andrew indicators. Give me 1 second. I'll bring those up. The Andrew indicators. What do we have? Oh no, Andrew's long Nvidia. Uh-oh,
I wouldn't be
that's
long
not good.
anything here. Market just
No,
went to a new low
uh,
here.
Andrew's long
TSLA.
Nvidia. That's I'm going against the Andrew indicator. That is never good. I should not taken this trade. No. All right. Yes, I think Andrew is long Nvidia. I believe at 175, and
It's
that's
holding
not
up
good.
well. It's not dying. For the
Yeah.
last 5 minutes, 4 minutes, it's trying to maintain here.
Yes. 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 I just hope we don't get caught into this choppiness, man. I hope we get some good action. Well, I know it's been happening though. Later in the day, you guys are getting some really great action. I don't trade later in the day. I don't trade after 11. But if you're trading all day and you're patient, there's been some really good price action later in the day. So be patient, guys. Don't force it. Don't force the trade. Let it come to you. All right, what are you guys doing this morning? Good morning, Raul. Good to see you, my friend. Nike did a breakout. No, did it? No, it broke down. No, it's breaking down. It's breaking down some more. So no breakout for Nike. Being careful on shorts today. Yeah, you gotta be careful on anything, man. Even longs. Like, look at this. Look how beautiful this trade was here for a 5-minute ORB. I mean, you don't get better than that. Signals everything perfect. And SPY going higher, making new highs, and you just couldn't get NVIDIA to submit to the movement. Then the SPY, has his way by dropping the hammer here, and you can see everything just kind of follows suit. So let's see if the SPY is going to get into somewhat of a downtrend. I like what I'm seeing here from my trade specifically. If this thing can go lower, I will suspect that NVIDIA and many other stocks are going to bend the knee. Got to bend the knee here. Oh, guys, look at MU. MU also doing some stuff there. So MU right at the VWAP. Be on the lookout for that. That could be interesting. But looking just very choppy right now. So NVIDIA at the VWAP. SPY hesitating to make a new low going higher. That's not good for us. So we'll see our stop 176.13. We'll see what it
I
does.
don't think SNDK wants to go. I'm keeping an eye on this thing here.
Which one?
SNDK. It's a nasty stock. It's got a huge spread. You got to really take a small size, but I think it looks like it keeps going to 675, like it wants to make another push. The high is much higher. It's about $6 higher. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
Just a theory, but it's kind of hard to guess the entry here.
yeah. It's a tough one to trade. All right, Nvidia, hold the line. Get back under the VWAP. Don't hit my stop. No, is the SPY pushing higher? Oh, yeah, that's a big move on the SPY. We're not gonna survive that. That is a big move on the SPY there for where I'm sitting at on Nvidia, because yeah, it can at least get back to the high here. So it might stop us out here. Let's see, 176.13. Let's see, this candle's important. Are you gonna go higher? Are you gonna go lower? Check it out. Andrew partialing right in this area. So Andrew is long Nvidia. He did take a partial here. He got long well under the VWAP, so he's good there. He got long. He got long right when I got short. I might have bought some of his shares. I got some of Andrew's shares. I'm telling you, if I knew he was short, I mean, long, I would have not gotten into this trade. It's just a thing, you know? But let's see what it does here. Buyers are looking good here. If this closes above the VI, this could be like a slingshot move higher. Um, but NVIDIA overall is struggling because if you look at the SPY, see how these moves in the last couple of minutes here, NVIDIA is just not following it. Like it's doing it a little bit, but it's not really exploding, which is interesting. But then when the SPY sells down, it immediately goes down. Like right away, it follows it to the downside, but not to the upside. So it's just interesting. Again, nothing to really do with that, but to me, I see that, and this is not factual. I see that as weakness. Like I see it as like that's a weak characteristic you have going on, Nvidia. We don't believe you, but doesn't matter what I believe. It just matters what the price does. Just matter what the price does. I think we're in chop. Like we haven't done anything in the last couple of minutes here. It's just back and forth around the VWAP. Nothing happening. All right, what's going on with you guys over there? 7 days away from being delisted. Oh, BYND. I could see that. I could see that. Yes, Andrew is that good. Yes. So when you don't want to go against the Andrew, we call that the Andrew indicator. You don't go against the Andrew indicator, you know? If you could find other trades, find other trades. Oh man. Yes, he is that good. Any news today to be released this afternoon? We went over that earlier. As far as news, no. Schedule, we got a couple of things scheduled that already have been released. Like the retail numbers didn't do anything to the SPY. The SPY didn't care at all. That was at 9:30 on 9. Yes. Retail sales autos. Yeah, retail sales, yeah, for February. So we are behind. Is this on time or is it behind? Is it delayed? Because February, we should, no, actually, that's pretty good because we're still in March. Well, April now, but okay, that's pretty good. So we're not that behind. But yeah, man, it's no data coming out that's gonna affect the market. The rest are have very low impacts, as you can see here. The big ones were this morning. Um, so 10 a.m. we have ISM manufacturing.
Yeah,
See
we
what
got
that
some
does
10
in 5
a.m.
minutes.
data which would
Yeah,
normally be big news. I feel like stuff is diminished with the current environment,
yeah.
um, but yeah, we have some stuff at 10. What is going
Right.
on with these
We'll see.
stocks, man?
They're not moving, man. I'm about to just get out of my Nvidia. It's just we're stuck in chop here. It's just back and forth, back and forth. There's just nothing happening. We came down here and just we're not getting any continuation on it at all. So AMD sideways, and that just means just got to be patient. And MU sideways for a bid here. Now it's looking to break higher, but yeah, we're just chop. And Nike came down with the news, and their outlook's not looking great. And here it is, sideways action there. So yeah, it's just we're kind of stuck here. SPY back below here. So yeah, it's just a tough spot at the moment. That's exactly what I think, Chris. It's exactly what I think. I think that when I see a stock like that where you're struggling to go up when the SPY goes up, but then when it goes down, you immediately join in. To me, that's just that means it's just more weaker, right? But who knows, man? Who knows? We're just stuck in chop here. Like he's struggling to go either even up or down. All right, looks like he wants to go now. The bids are pulling up pretty nice here.
Oh, there goes MU.
Look at that. Every time he gets here, look at the rejection. Our stop is perfect. 176.13. Our stop is right where it needs to be. Every time it comes up to 176.8, you just get this rejection. I mean, eventually you're going to get tired of that and it could break, but immediate rejection and then just right back to the VWAP. So that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's gaining more strength. Every time it gets up, you can see more participants on the ask building up. So it's probably going to want to break out if it continues to do this. So we'll get ready. We'll get ready to stop out. Yeah, there it is. It's 176, 12, 10. We're ready. Wow, right to the penny. He's building up, building up. Whoever's pushing it down, man, the rejection just keeps happening. So let's see if we can make, for us, we need this to make a new low and head lower. 176. MU trying to push the SPY through the VWAP.
Well.
Oh no, the SPY is trying to push through the VWAP. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, it's struggling. It's struggling. MU did very well being able to pull off here. Look at that again, back below the VWAP. Choppy. But there's definitely an interest in getting NVIDIA to break out. I mean, you can see it every time it gets closer and closer. More participants are showing up on the asks. So, it won't be long until eventually someone ends up winning here. Another drop lower. I don't know, man. The stock is just, when we're done looking at this, right now we're in it. Right, when we're done looking at it later, we're gonna see probably just choppy, just back and forth. I mean, the 5 minutes already starting to show that. The 5 minutes already starting to show the choppiness, right? Great candles here, really nice start, and then just sideways. So news in 30 seconds. Yeah. 10 a.m., right?
News now. News
Now.
is out.
Right now. Let's see how it reacts. Fingers on the trigger, my friends. Let's see. You gotta get out. This thing is gonna spike. Be ready. Not a big reaction. By now, the SPY should have reacted to that. Yeah, I don't think the SPY is gonna care much. At least right now, it's not. All right, maybe now. Nope, not yet. All right. MU, did MU do something? Yeah,
Yeah,
man, MU. I'm telling you, this is MU is nice. MU is
I'm
such a
in
great
MU
stock
right
to
now.
trade. You are.
This
Ah,
my
that's perfect.
yeah, it's my third attempt on it because the first two I took for
That's
losses. So
okay.
this is nice, but I need
Yep.
this is where it gets hard because that 360 is up there. I'd be very wise to take anything basically above three. Oh my God, it's going right into it though. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna partial move my stop to break even. I'm gonna put my stop below 358, just below 358. So I'll catch a lot of my unrealized gains if it comes back
Yep.
down real fast. But I want to see, this is really an interesting pump here. So I want to see if it can go a little more.
Yeah.
This is nuts. That's a nice breakout. I am making up for losses here though, so it's not all rosy. But
Yeah.
there's
Ah,
something.
Mike. Mike is also an MU. Very nice, my friend. Parceling on MU as well. Awesome. Awesome. Very good stuff. PLTR at VWAP. Yeah, I can't take my eyes off this thing. I'm stuck watching NVIDIA because I gotta look out for the spikes. Like, at least give me a buffer. Give me a buffer. Like, head over to 175.13 so we can at least look at other things. Yeah. Oh, PLTR is nice because you got it VWAP and previous day close. So that's definitely very interesting if you're looking for a possible breakout. That could be interesting. So,
All right, I'm taking some more off MU because it's just a lot of money up here. So
oh, yes. John
that
for the
takes
win on MU.
I
Love
got
it, man.
25% of my original position left, which isn't bad. I can still
Yep.
make money with that many shares. That's
Yeah.
meaningful. But I'm gonna let these run a bit. So the next level I'm curious about now is the high from 2 days ago, up above it's close to 363. So if like around 362 or 362.50, I'd be willing to take some more off.
And of course, our good buddy Andrew is in MU. Long MU. There it is. Long MU 354 for Andrew. Short Nvidia on just a chop fest. Won't break down, won't head higher. It is just messy, messy. POTR looks very interesting. I'm gonna put that on my secondary list here so we can keep an eye on it. But that looks very interesting here at the previous day close and the VWAP. Hasn't given us our setup yet, so again, be very, very careful here. Wait for your setup. John, you mentioned something about taking a couple of stabs at this trade. We spoke about that yesterday in the webinar, where during choppy market conditions, you can reduce your size knowing that it's going to take you a couple of stabs. And I have done that for this way the market's trading. It's going to take me a couple of trades to get our moves, right? So reduce your size so you're not risking too much during this choppy market conditions. Reduce your size, That's all you have to do, knowing that you're going to have to get back in a lot of trades. So, just protect your account, protect yourself, and that's perfectly fine, you know.
And remember
Uh,
when you do get the move that works, to let it go. Because what happens when
yeah,
you get stopped out a couple times is when you finally see green, you're like, man, I just want to take some. I don't want to be a loser like for the third time in a row. So
yeah, yeah.
it makes you partial. It makes you take money off when you should really let it go and because you got to get back those losses. You really got to
Mm-hmm.
hold for your targets. It's as important as obeying your stop. They're equally important.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm definitely at fault. I've taken partials too aggressively. I admit, but I agree, man. I agree. Gotta be patient. All right, how brutal is this? How brutal is Nvidia right now? This is not
MU
fun.
is feeling like it's finding a top momentarily for sure. 362 is the high. It's an exact dollar level high a day. So it went right to 362 and hit that, and now it's taking a beat.
Um, let's see. This is, next level on in the MU, 362 and 368 levels to watch for the upside on MU. That'd be nice, 368. Sam, welcome. Or Samanthia, or Samu from India. See India in there, so welcome. Yeah, Christian, it's messy, man. It is really, really messy. It's just back and forth, and we have come very close to stopping out a couple of times, but it's not really going anywhere. I think it's weak. I don't like the SPY moving higher here though. That can push it over the top. But it hasn't been able to in the last couple of spikes. Like it didn't here and it didn't here. So maybe Nvidia's weak today or wants to be weak today. So Javier, you went long INTC. Let's take a look. I know you were watching. Was it you? You were watching this one this morning. Oh, look at that's clean. That's very, very clean. It's a good job on that one. Ah, look at it go. It's pushing.
There's that
All right.
high on MU from 2 days ago.
Yep. John and Mike both long on MU. Andrew too. We got three people, three of our mods long MU. So very nice.
Market's ticking up here a little bit too. 365, probably my next level to look for just because it's a $5 level. I bet if you look on Atlas, there's probably a decent amount of shares at 365.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And 370 and 375 and 380.
Oh, Amazon. Yep. Nice VR breakout there. Not the cleanest. I don't like when they just slump over the VWAP like, but it is. It is like this is kind of like a big breakout candle there, candles, and then here's the pullback. Here's the breakout. Um, I'm not sure I would have taken this specific setup, um, but I could have been in maybe from here, right? And then stop loss will be around this area. So if I would have taken that, I would have been just holding on to this, and maybe now we're taking partials. But after doing this, I don't know if I would have joined specifically in this setup here. That's just me, but so that's the guy that's stuck in this, right? Look at this. Look at this. Do something. Oh man. As long as it stays longer below the VF, that could be hopefully what saves us here, or allows us to survive this trade. If the VF keeps becoming pressure, here it is, another attempt to get higher. Area temp gets quickly shut down and right back below the VWAP. SPY selling off a little bit, so careful if you are in longs there. Trying to at least. And NVIDIA just won't break its tracks at the moment. Hey guys, when do you typically go for streaming? Oh, we stream every day, every day, Monday to Friday, except this Friday, Good Friday, so the markets are closed. But every day we're on, man, 8 a.m. So you definitely join us 8 a.m. Eastern time, all the way to about noon. Um, and yeah, we're on. And then I try to be on sometimes when we have like Powell talking in different market events. So we try to be on for that. We should be on for the rocket tonight. That'll be fun. Stream the rocket, the launch. Come
Yeah.
on here, 6:24. It cracks me up, man. Seriously, 4 minutes or 6 minutes made a big difference for these people. But I get it. You know, it's space works different. Doesn't work on our time, right? Right, John? Like you said, it works on the scientific time.
Yeah, they worked it all out.
We should come on and stream that here and just have some fun.
You'll have some big competition. I watch a lot of the streamers who do the rocket stuff, and my
Hmm.
favorite is NASA Spaceflight. That channel, those guys are so nerdy. They are like, uh,
Yeah,
but they admit it. You know, they know who they are. They just
yeah,
love it.
yeah.
There's no better place to watch a rocket launch than with these guys. They are
Oh
so
man, I bet,
so
I
into
bet.
it. I love it.
Yak, you could step outside the house and watch it. You're from Florida, like you're that close. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. All right, here's NVIDIA again. Up and down, up and down.
I'm thinking about an ad on MU, but I don't know, like how much juice can this thing have left? It's up 7.3%. I'm just starting to wonder like what it's got left, but
Yeah.
I've made good money on it. I don't have a lot
Uh,
left.
looks like it wants to go higher, man. Looks like it wants to test the highs again here.
I'm gonna add. Oops, it didn't add. Why didn't you add? Oh, all right. I'm at
MRVL.
new break
You're
even
adding?
is. Oh my gosh, it's working. Keep going, keep going.
Nice. Nice. MRVL was a nice one too, guys. Intel was nice. A couple of really good setups. Nike continues lower, man. Nike is just getting hammered, guys. Look at this. Another low on Nike here as it drops lower. Wow. Not a good outlook. So they had a not favorable outlook for them. Tesla.
Too many brands out there, Carlos.
That's a lot of competition, man. All right, let's see. NVIDIA pushing higher one more time. This time looks like we might actually get stopped out. Let's see.
Come on, MU. One more, baby. 365. Come on.
There it is. We touched that spot again.
Just trying.
14.15. Yeah.
New high
No push
day, new
down.
high day. Go MU. Come on.
And no push down for NVIDIA. So we'll get out. All right. Out of NVIDIA.
There
20
it
cents
is.
slippage there for my part. Just waiting to see if the buyers were going to show up. Not show up, but they did. Finally breaking out here on NVIDIA. But man, what a chop. My God. How long were we in this? 7:45 to it was 30 minutes. It's a lifetime when it comes to trading. Day trading. It's a lifetime. All right, so out of
I think
NVIDIA.
MU's got 365. It's gonna hit it. It's got it.
Yeah, man, it's doing very, very well.
Pretty sure it's
And
going
it,
to. They keep pulling up the bid.
yeah, and it's doing it on its own because if you look at the SPY's not moving. So this
There it
is
is.
MU is rocking on its own right here. So pretty nice, man. Really, really good trade. Uh, NVDA. All right, what else do we have? Everything is gone. Tesla, I don't like that one. AMD. AMD is doing the same thing. Very, very choppy here. It's not doing anything. PLTR. PLTR did break, guys. You guys take this? We talked about this. It did actually get the breakout there here on the VWAP, so that's very nice. Hasn't gone anywhere though yet, and that's the problem we're getting. Like, we're not getting the continuation on a lot of these tickers, except MU today for the win, my friends. Wow, MU is a monster. Um, what do we have? How many shares usually you guys trade each time? So now shares could change a lot. It's the risk is more important. How much you're risking, so how much you're risking is more important than the actual number of shares. So the shares could change, right? Sometimes we'll take 1,000 shares and still risk $200. Or you could take 200 shares or 50 shares and still risk $200 per trade, right? So the shares don't really matter. Is the amount you're risking that really determines what that's really important. All right, MU. So you added, John, did you get to add, right? You added around 361 or so in this pullback here?
I had on the rebreaks of the high day, so I added at 363 almost, or
Okay, okay.
362.92. I've tried
I
adding on the pullbacks. They generally are tougher to make work, so I've gone to adding on
Yeah,
the I've always added on, well, mostly I add on the rebreaks of the high day. Although sometimes if I'm left with a very small amount of shares, Carlos, I'm basically trying to build my position back up into something that's even worthwhile. Like if I end up
right,
with
right.
4 shares of MU, it's not really doing anything for me. So it's like, all right, but can we build 4 shares back to 25 shares? Because it could start to matter, And then
Yeah,
can I build
yeah.
25 back to 50? You can slowly, if you get lucky, build your position back in that way, but you do have to get lucky for sure.
Yeah, well, it has to trend. It has to trend, right? Which
Yeah.
again, it's hard to find during this market condition. I mean, we've seen MU here doing it for sure, but it's definitely not
It's
a not
mostly
an
for
easy
fun if
thing.
I end up with so few shares and I'm like, all right, this is like just becoming a matter of pride at this point. So I'm like, all right, let's try to build a tiny amount back into something respectable.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Example of, oh yeah, we could break that trade down. So a couple of trades here. The first one actually was really nice, man. Such a shame that it didn't actually get going. But the first one was a 5-minute ORB. So look at the 5-minute to identify your setup. Here's the 5-minute range that we trade off. This is usually signifies a lot of buying pressure. So I love seeing stocks with these this week here and going in the long direction. So on the setup, we're going long for the break of the body usually. Here's our entry, and then we're looking for the next level. I have the pre-market, whatever daily level we have on here. As far as the 1 minute, you can see here that the breakout, the 5-minute range is right around this area. I think when this candle closed, if I'm not mistaken. So that's when we're long. And our stop loss is usually below the VWAP, right? So usually below the VWAP is where I want to stop because stocks tend to come back, test the VWAP, and then head higher. So that's usually where my stop is going to be. If the stock comes below the VWAP, that means the strategy is no longer in play, right? It's no longer in play. There's no need for you to be in it, and that's where we jumped out of it. So we came short here. Now this was a VWAP breakout. A couple of things here that I could have done better was just wait for the confirmation. So I got a little bit trigger happy. I went in before the confirmation. The confirmation for the VWAP breakout is here. But I really thought that, okay, this is going to sell off. And it didn't. Everything looked good. Atlas looked good. Everything looked great. But man, NVIDIA just did not move. And we went straight into chop. Like straight into chop. And all the time this thing came down here, it looked like it was going to sell off. And nope. And every time it came up here, it looked like it was going to break out. And just nope. It was just such a tight range here. Right? So very, very tight. Even here, you're just not getting, NVIDIA's just not trading well. It's just not trading well. And I should have known better to trade this stock. This stock has been so bad. Uh, Nightcats, you're right. It's been horrible. Like I'm gonna take NVIDIA off my list. It's been so bad. And look at it here. It's just even here, if you're long, if you're in long, you're getting 1 hour at best, and right back to the VWAP. It's just not tradable, man. But you come back later in the day and you see this beautiful breakout, right? So it's a hit or miss, but for the most part, it hasn't been trading well. And today I picked a day where it's not trading well. So look at that. We're back below the VWAP here, and it's not because of the SPY. It's just overall Nvidia, you know. So it's just bad. So MU was the one. Now this I did call this out, and if I was not in Nvidia, I probably would have taken this. But this here, this engulfing in the 1 minute, and then this setup here for the 5 minute ORB was awesome, right? And we probably would have survived this here because it's still our stop would have been somewhere below here, but this would have been nice to take. But then after it came back down, there was no setup for me to actually get going here. All right, 368. Whether you believe it or not, guys, it looks like it's coming from NVIDIA. We're battling with 362, and now we're at 368, man. What a beautiful, beautiful setup here. Let's see if we can hit it. You talked about SanDisk too, man. John earlier, and that one is also rocking, man. That is
Yeah,
impressive.
I had this feeling, I know it sounds like it's easy to be an expert like after the fact, but when this story came out about Google coming up with this like new what was the news? This like some new algorithm that was going to save 6 times as much space for AI data storage. I was like, man, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
but a lot of this stuff is theoretical in the beginning, and it's like, is there implementation for this though? Is it going to become real? And I kind of wondered because MU and SanDisk were both they're obviously the world news, the geopolitical stuff is beating these everything down. But in addition to that, they took the hit on that, and I was just kind of like maybe these are overly sold. Maybe I should buy, but I didn't.
yeah. Oh man, we came so close. Speaking of buying, we came so close on American Airlines. I would have been up $1 already on this thing.
Tesla is still trying to get to its own high of day here, but it's getting back. Maybe I will not be taking another trade. I'm gonna call this MU thing the end of my day here.
That's awesome, man. MU sure? I'm not sure. But if you are looking for a reversal, this could be an opportunity where it says, "Hey, we had enough and we can head lower." Um, but again, right now, to me, it just looks like a stock that's just trending higher, right? So, um, look out for a mountain pass, maybe a mountain pass strategy. If you get that setup going, that could be something. All right, Nike still dropping, Nvidia still choppy, Tesla. What are we doing? It's breaking
So
out,
I'm,
but
I'm
it's not
probably going to
clean.
add to I'm going to add to MU if it goes for another high day break because this is a decent pullback and that 370 up there, I can't help but think it might try to hit
Yeah,
that
yeah.
mark. So I'm loving this pullback here. In fact, I'm going to set an alert now because I only have a few shares left. I'm at the point where like I have to build back my position to make this meaningful. So I'm
Make
going
it,
to set an
yeah.
alert. Set one at 368. Wait, what's the high? No, 367.61. And then that'll let me know if we're back in business.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, Nike swooshing down, swooshing down. We're down 15%. Uh, this stock. This stock is not having fun. People are not buying sneakers, but they're not buying Nikes at least.
Or fake meat.
Or fake meat. Yes. No, no, no Nike sneakers or fake meat.
You're wearing Jordans right now, eating a fake meat burger. You are You're the last holdout for this product.
uh, you're in the minority, that's for sure, according to the numbers. You're all right, MU. Let's see if it can hold a 9, the 20 moving average. Someone asked me earlier, what are my moving average? So this is the 9 and 20 EMA. Then we got the 50 and 200 EMA, I think. But these two I don't really use too much. These two are the big ones for the 5 minute, the 1 minute. I use them all the time. So people tend to want to use them this way. For example, it's trending nicely on the 9 moving average. They say when it loses the 20, that's when people bail on the strategy. If it holds the 20, they'll even add or something like that. So people tend to use them to see when the trend of something might be over, where to set their stops, or how to add. There's a lot of strategies with these two moving averages that people tend to use, right? On smaller time frames, of course, like the 1 minute especially. 5 minute right now, these two are just so far from the 9 and the 20. Doesn't make sense. Like if you look at it here, they're so far away. It's just not really in play compared to these two here. NVIDIA, nothing. Tesla, crappy. Man, there's nothing I can join here. AMD's finally starting to get going here, breaking the high of the day to 1085. PLTR. And SPY is just chop. What else? What else? How about Meta? What is Meta up to? Meta, not much going on either. What are you guys watching today? I wonder if Tim Cook still owns 50,000 shares of Nike. Did he own 50,000 shares of Nike? Not that he's worried. Why don't I go long MU? I don't have a strategy to go long now. I would have went long here. 5 minute ORB, I would have definitely went long here. I picked the wrong horse today. I picked NVIDIA instead of MU, but MU was a nice 5 minute ORB here. But I won't go long now because it's just, it's just not, I don't have a strategy for it. And then here, same thing, like here, this is not a strategy for me, right? So you could easily say, oh, it bounced off the V, I'm going to go long. But, what kind of strategy is that? I don't have that. I'm not saying it's a bad decision or a bad strategy. It's just not my strategy, right? So I only trade the stuff that I have on my trade book, man. If you have breakout in 5 minute RB and the 1 minute engulfing pattern, which I call this here, but MU's been so hard to trade the first couple of minutes that I tend to just leave it alone and let it settle. Trade a 5 minute RB is much better. Exactly. If he's a board member, it doesn't matter. These guys don't lose. They just move things around and make it work. Tesla going for the high of the day at 379.14, trying to get there. New trader here, welcome. Have been trading for a month now. Have been reading the book for a week. Last night made it past strategies. Took 2 trades, reversal strikes. They both on point EMS, 9 EMA, and 4 EMS at 9 a.m. and 4 a.m. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Nice. That's awesome. Actually, Tim Cook has 105 shares of Nike. That's a lot. What's the price? What's the price? I mean, you could just hold them until they come back up, right? So he's not in a rush. Andrew is still. I don't know if he's still in MU. I don't see any orders up there. He definitely parceled out all the stuff he has. So I don't think he's in MU anymore. I think he just took everything out. He's probably gonna go enjoy the day. So, Yeah, he did take it all the way to the top though. He did take it all the way to around 3 something here in this area. Um, so no, he is definitely out, and they're probably gonna go enjoy the evening over in Egypt. Seattle, welcome. I traded I traded Nvidia today, so crappy day for me. 2 losses on Nvidia. We had this one here, stopped out, short again, stopped out here. John took a monster trade on MU. So if you're just joining us, John had a nice high of day breakout, right, John? On MU, right in, I want to say in here.
Yep.
Is it here?
Third
Right.
try. Yeah, the one that worked was at 10 o'clock exactly, 10 o'clock
Yeah.
Eastern. Former
Yep.
attempts at 9:57 and an earlier one at 9:42 that didn't work.
Yep. Yep.
9:57 if I held, but it would have been a little too much risk.
Yep. Yep. Yes. 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 All right, Andrew saying hello in chat, friends. All right, how did you guys trade? What did you guys trade this morning? Yeah, Andrew traded MUNTQQQ. Very nice. Yeah, Nvidia's tough today, man. That's where I struggle today too. Nvidia is just, and again, as we mentioned, we're gonna come back and look at it and see the chop, and look at the chop. Look at this 5 minute. This is nothing happening. Oh man, even on this breakout, it just doesn't go anywhere. So very, very choppy.
Since we have Andrew in the chat, Carlos, I
Yeah.
want to thank him for that generous gift we talked about this morning.
Oh yeah, yeah, Andrew, uh, you're so kind, man. You're so kind. So if you missed it, you
Super,
heard it here first. Breaking news.
super
And
appreciated. I am going to sell it, by the way. I have a Tesla, which is a far superior car, so I'm not gonna keep it, but I am gonna
uh,
I'm gonna sell it, and the proceeds will go to me, actually.
yeah, to buy more Teslas, probably,
More
right?
Teslas and yeah, and maybe some Nikes. Help them out.
Some Nikes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I love it, man. Love it. All right, what are we doing? We selling off SPY? No. Yes, a little bit. Oh man, MU, Nvidia. Are we doing this? This would be revenge trading if I go short here again. This would be revenge trading. Do I want to revenge trading on live YouTube? Probably not. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Let's cut the fee so I can revenge trade this thing. Let's cut the YouTube feed. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding, of course. All right, let's see what we got here. Andrew, let me connect you. Okay. All right, I got you.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, how are you, my friend?
I am doing good. I am here with our boss, Peter.
Hey
Here,
guys,
yeah.
miss you.
Hey, Peter.
Come here. Why don't you come here and see
I'm
us?
right here. Hey, you can look up my nose. Hey everybody. Oh, here, gotta get down there.
Yeah,
There we go.
here.
There we go.
Yeah,
How's it going?
we are having a great time, guys. Here, I wish you guys were here. It's really, really nice. It's a little bit tiring, so it's really getting tired, but overall, we're having a really good time.
Nice.
Egyptians are amazing people, very good, very friendly, very uh, they love their guests, and we're having a great time.
Yeah.
So I'm sharing my screen. Chorus, you can see also my screen, but it's a full screen, so it's a different layout. So it might be a little bit tough for you to see to share. Oh yeah, you're sharing it. So sorry, it's a little bit messy because it's my
Yeah.
traveling setup.
I could try
So
to
this is
zoom
when
into
I'm
your corner. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, so try to get this the left one. Top left is the one that I'm going to explain. So if you get the top left, so it'll be way more clear. Yeah. So I traded two ticker really nicely, MU and TQQ. Obviously, people in the chat, they called it very, very nicely. So I'm really grateful for the people in the chat room who called it. So you're zooming it, Carlos is zooming it for us. So you see MU was a really nice trade that we took from 353 all the way up to 356, 357. And the key on that was nothing except market atlas. So market atlas was so clear. So I might actually write a newsletter today about it. So market atlas was so clear orders to the upside. So go sign up, guys, into our newsletter. So I'm gonna send a recap to you with the market atlas. So but if Carlos can switch to full screen, you can see something here. So if Carlos can switch to full screen, you can see that we saw the big orders at 362, 363 all the way up. So that was the reason that we went long, and obviously, we hold the trades to get into that area. So that was really, really, really nice. And then TQQ at the open was a very nice trade that we noticed it in the chat room. So let me show TQQ as well in that. So if Carlos go back to the normal screen. TQQ is the leverage of Qs. Very good for intraday trading. Yeah. So at the open, so popped up a really big squeeze, and at the minute number 3932. So went long just above the VWAP, added more and to break of 43.15. So that was a very, very nice scalp. Carlos, you have to go back again into that small area that you were. Sorry. So
Zoomed in, right? I'm zoomed in.
Perfect. Yeah, it's nice. So that was a TQQ trade, and that was the MU trade, and that was enough for us to get a very decent profit of over $24,000. So MU and NVDA, sorry, TQQ was really good. We did a scalp MU, SPY, and NVDA, but really didn't get anywhere. And as you see here, I actually have 4,000 shares of Microsoft because the puts that I sold got called, so I had to buy them. So I have 4,000 shares. But what I did was I sold covered calls on them. So I sold covered calls on them at 380. So if it goes to 380, above 380, then my shares are call away. I collected this $1.19 for 1 week. So maybe I can make some money. And I still have some Microsoft puts on 380, but they're for the April 10th. So I have some time to go there. So that's the situation in our accounts. That is not doing great because I sold the naked puts, and naked puts are very dangerous. Generally, selling options are dangerous because when you're selling options, you're like an insurance company. You collect a premium, but when the accident happens, you have to cover. You have to, pay for the fire of the house or pay for the medical bills or hospital. So that's why selling options they call them an asymmetric risk to reward. That means that your profit is usually limited, but your liability can be unlimited. So it's a great business. Like most of the insurances are making money on all the clients, but usually those clients or those houses or those cars that they get into trouble, those are the ones that really bring you a lot of losses. So that's why even the insurance industry, even though it's a great industry, like Warren Buffett is one of the biggest insurance, one of his four main businesses are insurance industry, is having its own set of risk management rules and everything. Any question, guys, about the trades that we did today? So president is having an announcement this evening at 9 p.m. So the announcement could be big. Nobody really knows what it is. So I think it could be about war. It could be about anniversary of tariffs. Nobody knows what it is, but we'll see what the market reacts.
If it's not about the war, Andrew, it's going to be quite the teaser. I mean, I can't imagine it's not. But you're right. It's Trump. Who knows?
Oh, I mean, it could be also about the, Liberation Day, like anniversary of Liberation Day. Like maybe he wants to report how much tariff revenue came in, or maybe he wants to, reiterate his policy, or maybe it's more, but nobody knows. Uh, that's the beauty of politics that you don't know.
Very true. Very true. So you're going to Luxor tomorrow or something, or maybe in a couple
I think
days?
we go to Luxor on Friday or Saturday. I'm not really sure.
It's very
I think
cool.
we have 2 nights in there. So Saturday, we go with Saturday. Yes, Saturday and Sunday we are in Luxor. Um, and until Saturday, we're just here doing some snorkeling, diving. We went to the desert. It's nice, relaxed environment. Um, in Cairo, we saw a couple of old, churches and mosques, and we saw the pyramids. Pyramids were amazing. Like honestly, the pyramids were when you go there, the energy at that place, holy moly.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's just they're so monumental. Must be very cool. Did you get to the Cairo Museum by any chance?
So there are a couple of big museums. We went to the Cairo Grand Museum, Grand Egyptian Museum, which is one of them. That was really, really nice, very big, very modern. But we didn't see any mummy. So the mummy bodies are, I might call it the right? Mummy is the mummy warrior. So mummy bodies are not there. So there are different museums. And honestly, if you're a museum guy, you can come and spend weeks here just looking at everything, read about everything. But we just did quick go around. Same as New York. Like New York, there's so many museums, but you can spend months to study there, or MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, the National History, Metropolitan.
Yeah, I was at the Louvre a couple of years ago, and it's like, man, you could actually spend a couple weeks if you were truly an art aficionado, just taking that place in. It's enormous, and the Smithsonian. I don't know if you've ever been in Washington, is quite good, but it's the same kind of thing.
No, 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 I haven't been there. So that is quite impressive and quite amazing. Yeah.
We should do a
So
DC meetup during the UFC event down for the 250th anniversary. Go catch some cage fighting on the White House lawn.
I like that. I like that. Let's go.
I'm still an MU here, Andrew. I got a few shares left, hoping for a miracle
Nice.
move to 370. We'll see.
I think market access shows 370. So I'm gonna bring the atlas, see what it is. So Carlos, you can actually share full screen right now, because I'm gonna show the atlas of let's see on what do we have? Micron technology. Yeah, 360 now. There's 366 is there. So if I zoom out a little bit, let's see if the 370 is still there or not. 368 is still there. The 368, yeah, let's see. Now there's some orders at 360, so it gets a little bit in balance right now. Let's see if the 37 is still there. Yeah, so the order at 37 is there. So here's the problem with market access right now. So the market access right now in MU, you see big order 21,000 at 370, and you have 24,000 shares at 360. So the market access somehow don't tell you anything. So it means that both orders to the upside and to the downside. But at the open, I have a lot of screenshots that I'm going to write in the newsletter. At the open, there was so many orders to the upside, but there's not much to the downside. So what we can see here is that you really can't say what's happening here. But you can't say which direction is going to go. It can go either way. But at the open, it was very, very, very clear. So now you have to look at the price action, see what the price action tells you anything better or not, which direction it's going to go. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. So we can do the replay. Actually, let me see. Today, yeah, I don't think today works because it needs the day ends. Today is the first. Yeah, so the 31st works, but not today. Yeah, same day. Yeah. So Chris, thanks for reminding me. So we actually you can go and you can select the day, but today actually we can't do for today. I gotta be tomorrow. Yeah, so we have the market replay as well. So essentially you can select a different speed and let's see, for example, Tesla on yesterday replay and let's do it 5 times the speed, go. So loads the data and then runs it. But I think the issue with the time is that I think this is from the early morning. So maybe you stop it. We make sure the time is local to New York time. And let's run it again. So this is 9 o'clock in the morning. So again, this is let me actually stop it again. So let's go exactly at the market open. So let's say 9, 20, let's say 9:26, 9:30. And let's run it at 10 times the speed. So this is exactly market open yesterday for Tesla. So I'm going to run it a little bit faster. So you see there's a huge order at 366.50. It's gonna hit it. And then this order, you see, is very clear at 366.50. If it breaks down, see, now it came to 365. So you can see it exactly. It's gonna probably break down. And what you see here is that you don't see a lot of orders to the upside. This is very clear orders to the downside. So now we're gonna hit 365 as well. So, and again, the time is 9:31, starting from now it's 9:35 on yesterday. So we'll go 10 times faster. So let's see if we can go to, there you go. So we broke 365. So put this one next to the replay chart that we built. This is the best tool that you can ever have for understanding market and scalping. And we have the same feature also in NQ and ES as well for futures. So did you see that, guys? In a few minutes, Colin saw that the market FS shows you orders are going to the downside. Yeah, so there is the option of mode. So there's mode live replay. So now there's big order. So again, I'm talking about yesterday. So this is all yesterday. You see 360 here. Now the orders from 365 is coming down toward the 360. So you zoom out, you see there's not much going on to the upside, but there's a lot going on to the downside. So again, that's a sign that Tesla might go toward the 360. So that's how we trade. That's how we look at it, and it's really really easy. But it's very simple, but it's not easy. So that's the most important thing that everybody should remember, that is easy, but that doesn't mean, sorry, simple, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. Alrighty, so that's it. So I think that was a pretty, so again, I'm actually very curious myself that if we can get to 360 here in this access replay that I'm having. Yeah, so no, it's still going up. John, what is your trade? You're still in the end, yeah? How's the end doing?
Good. I'll am I on the mic? Yeah. I'll take some more profit at 370 if it gets up there. And
I love that.
I just added to it actually on that breakout of through 365.50 kind of.
That's amazing, sir. Congratulations.
Little bit of an I don't have many shares left, so this is kind of for bragging rights at this point, but
bragging.
Still feels good to be right.
My car's going up too. AMD's up, but not in the same way. My car need to work thing, but AMD's. That's just my ship to. And things like that, it's possible.
All right, it's gonna go for a break of 370. Boom.
Who's talking back there, Andrew? Is that Peter?
That's Peter, yeah.
Here.
Hi, John.
Hey, Peter. They miss you here.
I'm sure you did a great job. I appreciate it.
Well, you get what you get. I don't know. Well, we'll let the YouTube people decide. Maybe they could like the video and like the stream.
You're gonna watch the Artemis 2 launch tonight live?
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about that. That's gonna be great.
It'd be pretty awesome.
We went over the crew menu this morning on the pre-market show. That's how bad the pre-market list was. We were looking at what the crew's going to eat on their mission around the moon. 370, we did it. I guess I got to take some here. I mean, that's an important number. Okay, I'm going to partial here at 370.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, the Atlas is also blowing out. That was one of the best trades that I've done in my whole life, actually, as a matter of fact.
This could be my best trade of the year so far. If I'd say if this gave me one more good move, I might be able to say that. This is nice. Not the greatest start to my morning. MU got me twice for losses before it produced a winner, so I had to make up that deficit there.
What was the biggest loss that you had?
Who, me?
Yeah, John. How much
I
was
mean,
that?
in
Ask
day
the number, please.
trading or
Day trading, yeah.
I mean, when I started, I was having whipsaw days of like thousands of dollars. So I'm sure it was over, might have been $3,000 or $4,000 in a single day.
Oh man, that's
Which
brutal.
was a lot given my accounts. It's way more than I should have been losing. But my first account, the first time I ever really got into trading, I funded an account for $20,000 and it's gone. That went away. So
all
that
the
was like
all the pension is gone.
yeah, that just all went away. I try not to think about that
401k
money.
goodbye.
But that was like swing trading money back then. Just before I joined Bearable Traders or really did any proper education, I think. So, yeah, it'll disappear on you quick if you screw around.
Yeah. Its market is brutal. Like it's really, really brutal. You mess around a little bit and then boom, it's done. I think this is people a lot of say about war, and so this is more dangerous than war, honestly. This is really, really bad.
But arguably the best trade I ever had was just buying Amazon, which must have been like 10 years ago now, and just holding it. So I mean, uh day trading is one way to make money, and I always tell people, if go ahead and pull up a chart of the S&P 500 over the years and take a good look at it and tell yourself, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just put part of your paycheck every month if you can afford it into the market and let it sit. As they say, time in the market beats time in the market, which I truly believe, though I wouldn't keep me away from day trading because I like it too much.
I love day trading. Honestly, I really love it. It's just sometimes I really, if I'm home and I get locked out of the office or something, I'm really angry and sad, not because I missed the variable traders, but I just miss trading. I love to come like a puzzle every morning. My brain is wired to
Yeah.
really find this puzzle and get the dopamine high of this satisfaction of the green trades.
It is
So
interesting. We've all been together for so long at this point. I mean, I've been with you for 6 years, and Peter's been with you for even longer. And you've been doing this for 10 years or so. And you just, I don't know, certain people like us don't get tired of it. Like every morning we come with the same enthusiasm, excited to talk about what's moving, why it's moving, what the potential is out there. And I always tell people, if you're not enjoying this, it's not for you. Like you have to like this, because I've worked with traders who sort of seem tortured by the entire process. And even if it could work for them, which I think is unlikely if you don't like it, but even if it could, you shouldn't do things in life that you don't like. You know, there's other ways to make money, and you should probably go seek out something else. But if you're drawn to this, like a lot of people are, and I know we see the same faces here every morning, you know, or same chat names in the room, and if this is what you love, then do it right. You know, like sign up for the right education and follow the right steps and get yourself the right tools, whether it's Market Atlas or get yourself the right education, like the boot camp experience we offer, or just join in the chat room. You know, we offer that $39 for 1 week access to Bearable Traders, the test drive, or the 7 days test drive. I tell people every morning that it's a great that's a great $39 to spend. Come hang out with us in the chat room. Pick a week where you have the hours where you can say, like, I can legitimately spend 2 or 3 hours or more in the chat room every day this week, and then come hang out with us and listen to all the different perspectives and the different kinds of trading and the advice, because we're only ever going to offer you the best advice. And honestly, in the world of day trading, I think we offer pretty conservative advice, and we talk a lot about protecting yourself and protecting your capital. We're not out there to pump ideas or anything. You know, it's a safe place to learn to trade.
Yeah, exactly. And you know who you are trading with is very important. Like in the community, there's so many communities out there. All of them are amazing. All of them are good. But you know, the people that you're hanging out with and you're trading, you learn from and you get support or you cry with them, that matters. And BBT is really for me like a family. Like Peter is really like my older brother. Like I love him and I look up to him, and you know, we joke together and then we work together, but they're always, you know, or you, John, for example, I don't get to see you very often, but you know, it's very important to people that are really be around. So, and every community has a different personality, and you know, this is a very, very lonely, you know, job or career or business. So it's very important who are you with and who you know learn from, inspire from. Uh,
Totally.
Yeah, so that's good. But you gotta love the job, especially at the beginning. There's so much work for only a couple of $100 a day. And a lot of people come and say, like, I had some doctor or some MBA people, you know, some tech, you know, Silicon Valley guys, and they came and then they canceled it. They said, you know what, it's too much work for a little bit of money. I'm not gonna do that. So, and they're right. At this moment, they see it's not worth it. But at the same time, we have like Sebastian with us today in Egypt. That he's not here, but you know, he's a very successful engineer, MBA salesperson, and he quit his, you know, six-figure job in Germany that because he just doesn't want to be in a corporate, especially that job. He said, I didn't get anything. I don't get anywhere. I don't feel satisfaction. Things are slow. You know, it's hard to work with governments. Everything is bureaucratic. I just don't feel the satisfaction, and I really want to get this trading going. And even I'm here no matter what. And I love his attitude. So he, you know, moved out of Dusseldorf, and now he's living in a, you know, more, you know, island in Canary Island to keep the costs down, make sure just focus on trading. And I love his attitude that, okay, you know, I'm going to make it, but I'm ready to really, how do I say it? It's, to make it through this transition process.
I totally get that. Yeah. I mean, I left the army after 21 years. So I was 43 years old, and I was staring down starting another career, a completely new thing, a new world, new language of business and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't know that I love the idea of doing this until another 20 years takes me to age 63. And then, you know, at that point,
Exactly.
what do I do? I don't know. I was like, this isn't what I want to do. I want to try something else. So I gave this a shot and just went in a different direction. And if you have the means to do that, and
Guys, Ayman is here. Tomorrow, Ayman, April 2nd, is the Liberation Day for Ayman. Ayman is publishing his book. I'm going to send the link here. If you go full screen, Carlos, you can see complete guide to multiple time frame analysis and reading price action. So it's Ayman Al-Mansouri having this book. I hope that everybody get to buy this book. For some, the Kindle version is available to pre-order, but I don't know why the paperback is not ready, but it's going to be by tomorrow. So it's in pre-order. So again, the link is here. I'm going to say that I also put the, you know, trade recap and link in the newsletter as well. So tomorrow is going to be a great day for Ayman. Congratulations, Ayman. It's a big book, 370 pages. So hand it over to talk about your trades. And Ayman, it seems that your camera is trying to focus. Maybe move a little
I see.
bit.
I think it's the light behind. I think I need to turn off the light behind me.
Yeah.
But it's
so
good
because
now.
all right.
I'll
Thank you, John.
turn off the
so much
background light.
thank you so much for your support and covering for Peter. And thank you, Carlos. I'm going to hand it over to Ayman and see you guys tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right.
Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Andrew.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Andrew.
John.
Awesome.
Thank you, Carlos. How
We're
are
not-
you guys doing?
We are. We're trying to
So-
come back. We're trying to come back.
We're
So,
doing
guys,
good,
like
my
Andrew
friend.
said, tomorrow is finally, that's the day the book is going to publish. Paperback is going to be there. Hardcover is going to be there. Kindle version is available for a pre-order right now, but not to all of the countries. I don't know why. That's how Amazon works, but you all are going to be able to get it tomorrow for sure. And I've put a lot of work into this book, and trust me, it's not sales pitch or anything. If you're serious about day trading, this book is going to help you. It's literally going to help you no matter what trading style you're trading. Scalping, momentum trading, swing trading, trend trading, every single style you're trading, every single strategy you're working on, this book is going to help you. Anyway,
Nice, man. Nice, man.
let's
Looking forward to
get
it.
started. Thank you,
Looking forward to
Carlos.
it.
How did you do today,
Yeah.
Carlos?
Not so good, man.
How is your day going?
Well, not so bad. Just 2 losses on NVIDIA. Video was very, very choppy. I'll show you here quickly. It's just chop fest, man. Went long here, got stopped out, went short here, and then got stopped out again. So just 2 losses for me on NVIDIA. Other than that, man, I missed the nicer moves on MU. John caught that. Andrew caught that. So these guys have some really great moves on that one. So just on the wrong horse today. It happens, but we'll be back at it tomorrow. And we'll have hopefully a better trading day. Tomorrow's the last day of trading, by the way. Tomorrow we are off Friday. The markets are closed, so tomorrow will be our last trading day. Friends, let's do our fund account
I see
giveaway.
it.
Then Amy is gonna take over here. Hashtag full for April Fool's Day. And yeah, let's give away a funded account to all our friends. Just got to do it once, guys. I see you're in there already. If your name pops up here, JBR, you're in. Aaron, you're in. Good, man. You're in as well. Nathan, you're also in, buddy. Matt Props, our good friend from Miami. We spent some time in Thailand with him and his wife. That was awesome. You're in too. Rebecca, you're in. Shreed, welcome. New member. Shreed, she's in. And yeah, let's see who the winner is going to be. That is 66 entries, 85 users, 68 eligible. Since you guys are part of the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, as a thank you, we do this giveaway, right? No guarantees that you're going to win, right? It's purely luck. I got a lot of heat for that before, but all the best. All the best. If you want to join right here on YouTube, click on join, and you're able to join the Lambos and Garbage Truck family. But join not to win the funded account. Join because you want to see the videos are available to you and also support the channel. Really appreciate it. All right, friends, let's do it. 77 entries. The winner for today is going to go to 3, 2, 1. Goes to Alisa Daul 2541. So Alisa Daul 2541. Congratulations, you are the winner. Send me an email, carlos@bearwithtraders.com, and we will get you all set up. All right, Eamon, looking forward to hearing what you did today, my friend. We'll leave it with you, and looking forward to that book tomorrow, man. That's awesome.
Thank you, Carlos. And YouTube, how are you guys doing today? Did you have a good day? Carlos was right about it. It was a choppy day. It was a tough day. I took 2 trades. I also managed to catch MU. And even though this looks like a small move, this was actually a 4-hour move. I'll explain to you how I managed to squeeze 4 hours out of this trade. Seeing where it is sitting at right now, I kind of am regretting stop watching it. It was an amazing day. Huge runner for today. Clear 15-minute open range breakout, clear 5-minute open range breakout, and clear 1-minute open or 2-minute open range breakout. Honestly, really good day, but it started bad. I started trading Apple. Just open Apple quickly. Why is it doing this? Apple. I think I might need to link my montage. Just give me a second, guys. Go. Then linking my montage. So I started with Apple, and that was a loss for me. I'll walk you through all the trades. Thank you, RLW, for pre-ordering 2 books. 2 books, twice as much knowledge, right? Anyway, so Apple. I thought, and it is actually a good short. If you take a look at the daily chart, by the way, guys, is my cursor available? No, it's still invisible, as it always was. Let me see what we can do about it. We'll probably use Epic Pen to fix this issue. Anyway, I'll make this bigger. I know quite few of you were complaining about my small cursor. Anyway, invisible cursor. So look at these guys. Apple around here. We are sitting right at the high of the daily range. On the daily chart, for the last couple of weeks at least, Apple has been sitting inside a range between 246 and 255. Today we slightly gapped up closer to the level of resistance. You can see that every time we approach this area, there is a resistance. Some people think that if we are sitting close to the resistance area after a bullish day, most probably what's going to happen is a breakout. And while that might happen, the chances of it happening are really low. Why is that? Because statistically, every time we hit the resistance area, the price rejects. Every time we hit the resistance area, the price rejects. And that kept happening over and over and over. So I thought that today, even though on the previous day we had a bullish day, we are going to reject the resistance area. Now I needed to build a plan for a short trade on Apple. We'll go to the 60-minute chart. So about that, and if I zoom out the 60-minute chart, you can see where we're sitting at. We're sitting at the resistance area. How many times did it reject this area, this level? So many times. Every time we approach the high, there is a rejection. Now, there was also one thing that I did not like about Apple. It's what I call a fake ABCD pattern. Anyone here is familiar with this term? What do I mean when I'm saying a fake ABCD pattern? Boogiog, thank you for subscribing and welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Trucks. So, Lomav, thank you. I mean, it is a big book, 290 pages, almost 300 pages. And I'm sure that you are going to learn lots from it. It shows an ABCD that drops. You're right about this, but initially we did not see the drop, right? Initially we saw this. Initially we did not see the drop. We saw a big move, we saw the pullback, and we can anticipate maybe the breakout. So what is a fake ABCD pattern? Come on, guys. Probably you've seen my ABCD pattern webinar. A fake ABCD pattern is an ABCD pattern where you get a really big move followed by a really small pullback. So basically, this is the move from A to B. And that is 100% move, right? So how big is this move from 247 going all the way to 255? That's somewhere around the $8 move, right? But then you get a small pullback, like $1 pullback. $8 move, but $1 pullback. That's not a healthy pullback. Normally, on such a big move, how big of a pullback are you looking for? How big of a pullback do we want to see before continuation happens? Anyone? Normally, how much of a pullback it should be? Exactly, at least 50%. 60 to 80% is ideal. 25 is not enough. It's a trap. 15% is a trap. 30%, I mean, maybe at some points if we're at all-time high or breaking a multi-month level, but normally it needs to be at least 40%. This thing made an $8 move, made $1 pullback. That's what we call a fake ABCD pattern. So I have a bias based on the data chart, and I see that there is a fake ABCD pattern happening on the 60-minute chart, and everyone who said that it's also hitting a resistance and rejecting a resistance was also right. Now I'm looking at the 1-minute chart and the 5-minute chart, and I see the 1-minute chart, this is what's happening. It's opening, it's breaking the whole pre-market high on all this consolidation. And right after the breakout, it sells off. That's what we call a fake breakout. It's breaking the high of the mini consolidation. It's breaking the high of the pre-market and breaking everything. It does not have strength in it to continue going higher. After the breakout, it ended up dumping all the way to the middle of the range. And this is my signal for a short. If I see a mini range, I see a break of the range, and then I see a recovery into the middle of the range, I call the breakout a fake break. And that is my trigger for a short. And what's our stop loss? My entry is within the range. So what's a technical stop loss? A technical stop loss would probably be the high of the range. Since I'm playing inside the range, it could keep just doing this until it either breaks up or down. So I wanted to have a safe stop loss. I put it at the high. I was wrong, and I ended up losing some money on Apple. Overall, it seems like it wants to go lower, and probably it will be it will go lower eventually. But this was a loser. The next one that I ended up trading was MU. Let's break down MU maybe. Sorry, MU. Blinpix has 69. I'm doing well. How are you doing? So MU. MU, look at this weekly chart. We are sitting at the low of the range and there was a nice fake breakdown. Probably that was on the previous day, you see? Now, this is what I call a parabolic reversal strategy. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the fifth candlestick. Probably I already bored you with my 3 candlestick rule every single day, and I'm repeating the exact same thing. But that's what trading is all about. It's about repeating a system that works over and over and over. And since I see that there are 5 candlesticks in a row, I know that this thing needs to pull back. I'm not sure that it's going to go all the way up, or if it's going to continue going lower after the pullback. I know that it needs to go to the upside. It needs to make a pullback since we already had so many candlesticks in a row. I also have a signal that today it's most probably going to go to the long side. What's that signal? That signal is the bullish candlestick yesterday. So this is basically where I had this slight bias to the long side, and it ended up being an amazing day to the upside. Now let's take a look at the 60-minute chart. There was something that I did not like about it during the pre-market. The 1, the 2, the 2, the 3, and now this is the 4th candlestick. So before I end up playing it to the long side, look at the lows. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Before I end up playing it to the long side, I wanted to see it making a new low. Only then I can play it to the long side. If MU opened here and instantly went to the upside, I would not have touched it. I would have avoided the move, and I would have let it just simply go without one. So I decided to zoom in to the 1-minute chart, and now I just want you to pay attention. Keep an eye on this low. This is the low from the previous candlestick. This is the low of the 4th hourly candlestick. So I needed to make a new low before I'm interested in playing it to the long side. Now I zoom into the 1-minute chart. What do we have on the 1-minute chart? This is the 4th hourly candlestick, right? Sorry, TH. Yes, this is the 4th hourly candlestick. And this is my pullback that I was talking about. I waited for this pullback to happen, waited for the recovery, and in my opinion, that was the perfect entry on MU to the long side. We're having a candlestick pattern. What candlestick pattern is this? What do we call this candlestick pattern, guys? That's one of the best open range breakouts candlesticks. I bet every single one of you here is familiar with it. Exactly. It's a bullish engulfing candlestick pattern. We start by a sell-off. The very next candle engulfs fully the first candlestick pattern, and then it makes a new high. You can call it a 2-minute open range breakout. You can call it a 1-minute open range breakout. Both is correct. You can call it a bullish engulfing crack that you can play to the long side. Unfortunately, I was too slow. I was too slow pulling the trigger on this minute. It spiked, and I was like, okay, I'm too late. There is literally no point for me playing it to the long side around here and having this as my stop loss. A bit too wide. Now look at the 1-minute chart. That's 1. That's 2. And this is probably the beginning of 3. And I do not want to play it on 3. You see how I pay attention to this rule on every single time frame out there? And I'm too detailed about it today because quite a few of you asked me this question yesterday. What time frame do you pay attention to when you're paying attention to this 3 candlestick rule? Literally all the time frame. I want to make sure that my entry on the daily chart is within candlestick 1, on the 60-minute chart within 1 or 2, on the 1-minute chart within 1 or 2, on the 5-minute chart within 1 or 2. So I see that this thing is already overstretched on the 1-minute chart. So I needed to wait for a pullback. There it is. A new low here with a recovery. So it's literally the first entry after the pullback. There it is. So initially when I played it to the long side around here, I know that I'm going to survive pullbacks. So with this entry, I had this as a stop loss. As it continued going in my favor, I added to my position and I moved my stop loss to the initial entry. Now I have 2 positions. This is my first position, risking 1R. This is my second position, risking 1R. This position up until here made me 2.5 Rs. This position up until here made me 1.5 Rs. And that's a total of 4 Rs. That's a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Let's say that I lost money. If this thing went into my stop loss and grabbed my stop loss, this trade would have been a break-even trade. This trade would have been a -1R trade. And that would have been a total of -1R. And this is how you can make sure that you can squeeze up until 4 Rs with a really small move, like 3 to 4 minute trades, simply by managing your ads and by moving your stop losses on the trade. So that was basically it. Hit my 4 Rs and I instantly cut it out. And now let's count the candlesticks and show you how we can survive the pullbacks. This is the beginning of the move, the lowest candlestick, which is 1. And on the daily chart, this is the second candlestick. So I'm playing it within the second candlestick on the 1-minute chart, on the daily chart. 60-minute chart. There is a reset. So it's the first candlestick on the 60-minute chart. 5-minute chart. This is the first, this is the second candlestick on the 5-minute chart. Finally, 1-minute chart, there is the reset. This is the first, this is the second candlestick on the 1-minute chart. You make sure that you want to get your entry in the beginning of the move on all the time frames. Zeus, I like this question. Bro, your R's from different trades do not add up. They do add up if you calculate them the right way. And I'll explain it right now and it'll make more sense. And if it still doesn't make sense, you ask me this question again, tell me what you don't get and I'll explain to you. Simple lesson for R's calculation and with risk to reward management. Any single trade you take consists of an entry, consists of a stop loss, and consists of a target. And before all of these, there is your risk per trade. No matter what stock you are trading, low float, high cap, options, futures, you need to understand what is your risk per trade in dollars terms. Let's say that, let's pick a simple example. Let's pick a $25,000 account, okay? And let's say that your risk per trade is 0.2% of your account. 1/5 of a percent, which is logical for day trading, right? If you make 5 to 1, that's 1% of your account per game. If you lose 2 trades or 3 trades a day, you lose somewhere around 0.5% of your account. I think that's sweet spot. So with a $25,000 account, your risk per trade will be $50. That is what your risk per trade, not more, not less. It's always $50. Now that we're clear with that, we go to this point. Any single trade you take consists of entry, consists of stop loss, consists of a target. Your entry is always a setup. It's always a setup, no matter what it is. 5-minute open range breakout, that's setup or a strategy. 1-minute open range breakout, ABCD pattern, range plays, etc. Now, in this particular case, what am I playing? I'm playing an ABCD pattern on the 1-minute chart. A, B, pullback C, that's a D. That's my entry. So what is my entry on MU? My entry on MU is 352. Next thing, entry setup, which is basically ABCD pattern. Second thing, my stop loss, always technical. It depends on the setup that you play. What am I playing here? ABCD pattern. What is my stop loss on an ABCD pattern? The low of the pullback, which is the level C. How big of a stop loss is it around here? $1.70. How many shares can I take before we go to the target? We go for $50, which is my risk per trade, divided by 1.7. And that tells me that I can take 29 shares of MU if I risk $50, okay? My risk per trade, just to be honest with you, is around $250 per trade. So it's going to be 5 times more, which is 150 shares, okay? Now look, I am allowed to take 29 shares. Now look, if this thing goes from here and drops all the way down here, I will lose $50. The risk is 1.7. If it goes in my favor, for example, 3.4, that's going to be a 2-to-1. That's going to be a $100 risk. Now let's go to Apple, because someone said that it doesn't add up. Apple, what setup am I playing around here? I'm playing a fake break of range. What is my range around here? That is approximately the high of the range. Sorry, Epic Pen, there it is. So that is approximately the high of the range around here. There it is. And level-wise, there is the level that we're going to draw. And what is my entry? Around here, 254.15. So that's basically my risk around here. And you might say, but you lost more cents on Apple that you lost on MU. So your R's, they don't add up. How did you make more than you lost on Apple? The real answer to this question is the risk does not change. What changes is your amount of shares. What is the stop loss around here? 254.94 minus 254.15. My stop loss here, 79 cents, right? So $50 divided by 79 cents, 63 shares, right? So basically around here, the stop loss was, I think I calculated the shares wrong on MU, but we'll get back to MU. So the stop loss around here is 79 cents. So I'm taking 63 shares. If I get stopped out, I lose $50. The risk does not change. Wider stop loss, tighter stop loss, the risk does not change. It's always $50. What changes is the amount of shares. Let's say that this here is my stop loss. Let's say that I do not want to have this as stop loss. I want to have this as stop loss. How big of a stop loss is it right now? 35 cents. So we take $50 divided by 35 cents, 142 shares. So I'll be taking 142 shares, and if the price goes against me, I'll lose only $50. So you need to calculate your share size. You should not have fixed share size. Not 100 shares, 50 shares, or 200 shares. Your share size is calculated differently depending on your risk per trade. So if we go back to MU, I think I calculated the right way. Just was the tight stop loss around here. No, yeah, it was $1.70. So on Apple, I risked 70 cents. I lost $50. On MU, what is my risk? Around here, $1.7. Still the same $50 risk, but I made twice as much as I risk. So this first position around here made me $100. And this second position, after I added, I moved my stop loss. After adding around here, I do not respect this stop loss. If I add around here and I keep the stop loss at the low, I forgot that you guys can't see my cursor. So if I added around here and I kept my stop loss around here and the price went against me, this position is going to cost me, for example, 50, and this position is going to cost me 50, not 100, 50, because the share size is going to be different. The risk is the same. And that would be a total of $100, which is 2 hours. But if I move my stop loss, for example, this here is my original stop loss, which is 50, and then this here is my stop loss after the add, which is going to be 50 as well. First position is going to cost me $5 maybe. Second position is going to cost me $50, which is around 55. If it works in my favor, this one around here is going to make me maybe, let's say, $100, and this one around here is going to make me, let's say, $100, a bit less. Just too much math around here and too much headache. But I hope that this kind of summarized it for you and made some sense. Does it make sense, guys? So any setup you take consists of an entry, and the entry should be a setup, always a setup. Stop loss should be technical, and it's different. It's different for different setups. For a range plays, it's the low or the high of the range, depending on whether you're playing a long or short. For an ABCD pattern, it's the level C. For a 1 minute open range breakout, it could be the middle of the opening range breakout candlestick or the previous 1 minute candlestick. For reversals, it's the previous candlestick high or low, but it needs to be technical. It should not be something random. And then the difference between the setup and the technical stop loss is is what's going to determine your amount of shares that you're allowed to take. You already know your fixed risk per trade. You calculate the difference between the setup, which is the entry, between the entry and between the stop loss. And that gives you the amount of shares that you're allowed to take. Risk always fixed. Sometimes wider stop loss, sometimes tighter stop loss, but the risk is not going to change. Now we're having the final part of the equation, which is target. And the target should always be realistic. You should not be saying that, oh, my stop loss is $2, so I'm going to have a $4 target, which is a 2-to-1. Is the 2-to-1 target, is it realistic for this particular stock or not? What do? You check the average true range of a stock. Let's move this here. And let's add the average true range quickly. And we are adding the average true range. And we open the 60-minute chart, for example, and I see that the 60-minute average true range is $6. So easy to get $6. So if my target is $4, my stop loss, for example, is $2, I can easily get $6. But let's say that the average true, my stop loss is $5. For some reason, I had a horrible entry. It's still a setup, but it's a horrible entry. My stop loss is still technical because I'm playing a setup. And let's say my stop loss is $5. Since my stop loss is $5 and that's my R, I need to make at least 2-to-1. And 2-to-1 would be $10 in profits. And you can see that it already made $5 move. And you're also asking for a $10 more move. That's a $15 move that you need to get before the stock hits your 2-to-1. That's not realistic. And that on its own should tell you that you should not be jumping into this trade. Entry should always be a setup. Stop loss should always be technical, depending on the setup that you're playing. And finally, target should always be realistic. If one of these things is not there, it's better not to take the trade. Make sense? Can believe it does those calculations for free. It's the golden part of trading. To be honest, it's not that of a secret that so many people get confused when they just start trading, because every single book out there, and by the way, guys, I explained this in detail also in my book. So maybe not for free, fully free, pay $9 for Kindle and you'll get this calculation with good adding method systems, how to move stop losses the exact same way that I explained around here, to maximize your profits without having big moves. All this is explained in the book. Anyway, a lot of books, they explain this. You need to start small when you go live. But what's small? What is small? They tell you, start with 100 shares. All right, you jump in, a beginner trader, knowing nothing about trading. You see MU around here. You jump in long with $100, and then suddenly, 1 minute later, it dumps like $3 against you. How much did you lose in this particular case? $300. That's not exactly small for a beginner. And then you jump into AAL, for example, and you're like, okay, the book is telling me to start small, so I'm going to buy 100 shares. The price is trending the whole day. You're holding your trade for hours and hours and hours, and eventually you see that it's like 5 cents move, $5. Suddenly you lost $300 on a trade like MU, and you've got an amazing setup. You held it for a whole day. It was a runner, but it made you only $5. You need to understand how to calculate how many shares you can take per trade, depending on the difference between your entry and your stop loss. Make sense? In your book, is it using DAS Trader? It honestly does not matter. My book is not focused on a specific platform. Yes, the charts that I screenshotted are in DAS, but it doesn't really matter what platform it is. Red candlestick is a red candlestick, a green candlestick is a white candlestick, and the volume bars are there. The price is around here. I'm not explaining in the book how to use DAS Trader. What I'm explaining in the book is how to trade a strategy, how to read price action across multiple time frames, and how to manage your risk. Loss risk entry price ATR to determine stop price goes into my calculations to determine the lot size. I mean, you can do it exactly. I mean, honestly, there are so many ways that you could do that visually by understanding the price of the stock. Just so many different ways to do it. This is one of the technical ways to have it fixed to the penny. Honestly, I teach my mentees this. I mean, Dash Trader is easy to use, and in Dash Trader, you can use a hotkey. It will do the hard job for you. It will calculate the share size. But let's say you're using a different platform, which doesn't have complicated stop losses. You will need to have a cheat sheet, amount of shares, or let's say like this, stop loss, amount of shares. Now, the first thing that you need to determine is what is your risk per trade? Let's say that you're a big guy who's making, I don't know, $500 per hour, and you want to have a risk per trade of $250. Prepare this cheat sheet. What if my stop loss is 5 cents? What if my stop loss is, for example, 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, 25, 30, 40, 50, I don't know, maybe 60, 70, 80, $1, 125, 1.5, 1.75, 2, 2.5. I think that's maximum you need. Now, how many shares can I take if my stop loss is 5 cents? 250 divided by 5 cents would be 5,000 shares. All right, that's what I can take if my stop loss is 5 cents. If it's $10, 10 cents, it will be 2,500. If it is 15 cents, for example, I think somewhere around 1,666 or more or less. If it's 20 cents, for example, it's going to be probably somewhere around 1,250. I mean, and you just do all the calculations. Am I right or am I calculating something wrong? I think I'm right. Yeah. So, and you keep preparing this cheat sheet over and over for this whole list. Now you are not going to do all this math real time while the price action is jumping around and moving, which is taking a lot of time. You take a look at the chart, for example, AAL, and you're like, okay, AAL, the price is around 1108. I want to play it to the short side. I want to put my stop loss at the high. That's 1113. That's 5 cents. 5 cents, I can take 5,000 shares instantly. You see, that way it's so easy for you. Is the book only for Dash Trader? No, it's not only for Dash Trader. No matter what platform you're using, it's going to help you. Are the indicators from Dash or TradingView? The indicators are available in TradingView. Every single indicator that is in there for Dash Trader is also available for TradingView. Do you check AL levels, break on the 1 minute first, or just enter based on candles pattern based on thesis for multiple time frames? Obviously, levels are also important. I mean, when I told you entry, stop loss, and target, that was a simple variation from it. But if you want to understand my whole thesis or process, first I start with the weekly chart and I identify the market phase on the weekly chart, advancing, decline, topping, or bottom phase. Then I try to predict the next weekly candle. Then I do the exact same thing on the daily chart. Then I go to the 60-minute chart, and on the 60-minute chart, based on how the 60-minute chart looks like, I decide what setup is good for today. And I identify the key levels or areas of interest that I want to play around based on how the 60-minute chart looks like. Then I go to the 5-minute chart and I zoom out for like 2 days. And I check the relationship between yesterday and today and what is more likely going to happen today based on how yesterday looked like, and I double check the levels. Then I go to the 1-minute chart, and on the 1-minute chart, that's basically the execution time frame. This is where I look for the final touches based on the 5-minute chart setup and try to have my stop loss. So basically, it's kind of a 7-step process. Does Dash Trader do the calculation for you? Yes, Dash Trader does the calculation for you. You simply tell Dash what is your risk per trade. Let's say, for example, it's $50. And then if you want to go short, you double click where you want your stop loss to be. For a short, it's going to be above the current price. For a long, it's going to be below the current price. So basically, you just double click where you want your stop loss to be. And Dice Trader will calculate how many shares you're allowed to take. It's going to place your stop loss automatically. It's going to place target at a 3-to-1. Amazing platform. Does anybody know if IBKR does that? I don't think IBKR calculates your share size, but like I told you, you don't need this. If your main reason for using Dash Trader is just the hotkey, and you're going to pay $100 or $150 extra simply for a hotkey that's going to calculate your share size, I think it's not worth it. You can prepare that cheat sheet that I explained to you, or you can calculate it mentally. It's not going to be as accurate to the penny, which is $50 or $250 would be a little bit more or a little bit less. It's situational. But I think it's accurate enough. You don't really need a Dash Trader to calculate it. You just need to get used to it. Should I exit MU now, or do you think there is still room going up? MU's average true range is somewhere around $27, $27 to $30, right? And previous day close on MU $340. Right now we are sitting at 371. We're already past the average true range. It doesn't mean that it cannot go higher. Sometimes stocks make moves bigger than the average true range. So it could go to 375 or 380. But if you go for the average true range indicator, we're already sitting at the edge. Previous day close 337, we're at 372. It's actually $35. It's already 20% past its average true range. DAS is expensive and does not support Linux. I mean, it probably is expensive if you're trading in a simulator, but I think DAS is well priced for what it offers. Quick fills, no issues, no platform issues. I think during my 7 years or 8 years of trading live, I only had 2 or 3 days where it had some filling issues, and it did not affect my trading because either I was not in a position or I was not trading on the time where it had the issues. So totally reliable. For practicing, for simulator, probably you do not want to spend a lot of money on a platform like Dash Trader unless it's not costing you a lot depending on your income, obviously. Does that mean the level break that you referred to it from the hourly chart? The level breakout from the hourly chart, and then I readjusted depending on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, my webinar is going to be tomorrow. And by the way, thank you for the reminder, guys. Tomorrow on Trading Terminal, I'll be doing a webinar on reading multiple time frame analysis. I'll explain kind of hot concept that's going around recently, the fair value gap. I don't use it a lot in my trading, but I'll show you how it kind of fits into whatever I am teaching you. It's up to you to decide how to use it, but I'll explain the main things that I am looking for when I'm trading, how I narrow my view, how I zoom out and then narrow it going from the weekly chart all the way to the 1-minute chart, how to decide what setup to play based on how the market looks like, and a few other extra information. You love using fair value gaps during 5-minute ORBs. Yeah, it makes sense. And honestly, like I said, it does make sense how people use it and why they are using it. You just need to understand when you need to use it and when you need to wait for, a bit longer. I think fair value gap at the open are easier to identify for beginner traders, but fair value gaps midday are a bit more trickier because you need to use fair value gaps on higher time frames. The webinar is going to be here. I just posted the link, save the link, and be there tomorrow 5 p.m. Eastern. The team just have something against me, and they did not put me on the schedule for some reason. So you're not gonna see it in the dashboard. I'm kidding, we don't have anything against me, but probably there was a small tech issue. Save the link tomorrow 5 p.m. Eastern. Be there. That's going to get fixed today. I'm going to be added to the dashboard today. You know, that's what happens when you are kind of a mix of freshman and Arab. All right, I have my gang. Thank you, Sammy. So let's take a look at the market. What could happen today? Where are we at? And by the way, we did respect this level to the penny. It's interesting how small news, just small assumption that the war won't last longer. I mean, that's what they're saying. It won't last longer, but who knows? And suddenly we get squeezed. We get a big squeeze, right? That's around 2 to 3% in 2 days. Anyway, weekly chart did respect the level that we were talking about. And if this week closes as an engulfing week, I think 600 to 606 is going to be realistic next week. Next week is not our main concern at the moment. Let's see what we have. Previous day close 577. Average true range $11. We could go all the way up to 588 today. Enough for a realistic target, I would say. Let's take a look at the 16-minute chart. There are not much levels against us, all the way to 589. So there is still room for it to continue going higher. There is a fake ABCD. That's something that I do not like. We had a really big move and a really small pullback that could end up being a trap. So even though we did break the high of the pre-market, we could end up struggling around here and we could make a bigger pullback. That's something that I do not like. Probably I would stay away from playing continuation on the market today. In fact, it would not be a bad idea to wait for a reversal setup. Doesn't mean that the reversal is going to happen, but it definitely means that we need to be careful about playing any continuation play today. Let me just fix this. Good. Let's take a look at smaller time frame, 15-minute chart. Slow and steady uptrend, but like I told you, it needs corrective pullback. It just kept making higher highs and higher lows for like forever. Definitely not good one for a continuation. 5-minute chart slightly topping, but it doesn't mean it's ready for a reversal. I think it is going to break the high of the day. That's definitely going to happen, a break of the high of the day. But I don't think there is going to be a big continuation, even though the ATR allows or permits. What are you guys watching at the moment? Is CRCL reversing now? Let's see. Yes, I did that. I did that a few days ago and I lost money. I think I shared that trade with you. It was last week. This week I didn't do that. Yes, this looks like a reversal on the 5-minute chart. Weekly chart looks long. Daily chart is definitely amazing for a long, really good pick, by the way, for a reversal. Sold off into a mini consolidation area. Previous resistance is acting as a support area. 5-minute chart gave us a nice channel. But the only thing that I have a comment on is that probably you wanted to enter closer to the low of the channel. You do not want to enter closer to the high, and you do not want to enter at the breakout. A big move is already done from 92 all the way to 95, which is the breakout area. So it's probably reversing. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go to the high. Usually when we play reversals, we target a view up or maybe the middle of the move. And with this entry around here, you probably need to use the middle of the range as your stop loss. Remember when I told you that your entry needs to be a setup. Your stop loss needs to be technical and your target needs to be realistic. So is the entry here a setup? Yes, it's a break of the range play on a stock that's downtrending, which is basically a reversal. That's good. Is the stop loss technical? If you place it around 93.70-ish, it's a technical stop loss. Now, what type of stop loss. That's $1.40 approximately. What is your 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio? That's going to be around. Sorry, did I calculate it wrong? No, I did not. So your stop loss, your target, which is the 2-to-1, is going to be past the $97 area, and that is past the middle of the move. So entry, technical, stop loss. Entry, setup, stop loss, technical, target, not realistic. That's why I don't like it around here. You wanted to enter closer to the bottom. Looking for a reversal on MU. Let's check that out. A bit too strong for a reversal. Like, it's too strong for a reversal. Look, I like it. We have 3 consecutive hourly charts. My advice would be to wait for this hourly candle to close bullish. Wait for the next hourly candle to make a new high after this one closes, and then start looking for a reversal. That would be the safest thing if you're looking for a reversal. El Patron is watching AMD. Similar idea. This thing is a bit too strong for a reversal. Look at this. We were sitting in a range for weeks, and we're just clearing it out. A bit difficult to look for a reversal right after the breakout or on the day of the breakout. And I would give the exact same tip. Probably you'd want to wait for the hourly candle to close. And after this hourly candle closes, you need to wait for a new high and only then wait for a reversal fight. Sam is saying, tomorrow I want to solve my 2 nightmare choosing the obvious sticker and catching up the reversal. I missed any on 7 reversals. No regret, Sammy. You'll definitely figure it out. Sure of that. Wait for the hourly candle to close, then wait for the next hourly candlestick to make a new high, and only then look for a reversal setup. I think it's too dark here. Let me just turn on some lights, guys. No, not that. No, that's too light. Still bad. Okay. It's either too bright or too dark. I need to get the controller and fix the lighting later. Okay, you were saying Nike. I did not check Nike. Let's see Nike. Oh, sorry, Nike and Key. What am I doing? So this one is amazing for a reversal. Sold off from $53 all the way down to $45. Probably needs to pull back for sure. I would prefer to see a fake breakdown. Probably we'll have small consolidation on the 15 or on the 5. Yes, we do have a small consolidation on the 15 or on the 5 in the chat. But it's too good to be true. Looks like it's slowly pulling back, like it's making that reverse ABCD pattern type B that explained my ABCD pattern webinar. You want to see a failure of the reverse ABCD pattern with the recovery. That would be the entry for reversal. CABA. I can't get the YouTube camera. It always cuts me out. Either my left side of the face is not there, either my right side of the face. On Zoom, I can see it well, but I think it's the way it's set up. You need to figure it out later. CABA is also interesting for a reversal, but it's slowly selling off. These ones could keep going like this for the whole day. I don't see any setup on it yet, but we have the shrinking candlestick pattern on the 30-minute chart, probably just starting in the hourly chart. It's a good one. It's a good one to keep an eye on for a long play because the higher time frames on it are strong and it's slowly selling off intraday. What's the average true range on it? The average true range on it is around $4, and today we did sell off these $4. No, we did not. $3. Could go $1 lower. It's around 70 to 80% though. So it's an interesting one to keep an eye on to the short side. Most of the setups should be played after 1 p.m. right now, after 12 p.m. Can you guys tell me why after 12 p.m.? why should reversals, at least right now, I mean, not in general, right now, why is it better to wait for 12 p.m. before starting to trade reversals? Any guesses? Exactly. You need to wait for the hourly candlestick to finish. If the hourly candlestick is going to close, for example, so bullish without a wick on top of it, the next hourly candlestick will probably make a new high. And you might see that the 5-minute chart is closing as a reverse hammer like it is doing around here. You are seeing a new 5-minute low and you're like, oh, it's a reversal. I'm going to play to the short side around here. But then the hourly candlestick closes bullish like this. And what's going to happen before 12 p.m. or around 12 p.m. is a continuation to the upside, a new break of the high of the day. You are getting stopped out, and then the reversal happens. Let's take a look at INTC. So during the afternoon plays or after 11, after 12 p.m. Eastern, start paying attention to how the 30-minute chart and the hourly chart looks like. Same thing on ITC. It's looking like a reverse U-turn, but at the same time, like an ABCD pattern. I don't think it's ready for a reversal yet. 30-minute chart looks amazing for a reversal. The 60-minute chart is going to close as a reverse hammer, probably. But look what's going to happen. Next candlestick is not going to just simply open and dump. Market doesn't move like this, right? Next hourly candlestick, if it's actually a reversal, it's going to open, going to start by going to the upside, give you this sweep, overlap, continue going lower, and then sell off. If it's a reversal, that's what's going to happen. And you want your entry to be within the wick of the next hourly candlestick. So wait for the next hourly candlestick to open, wait for that some sort of a lower high wave or curve, and use that as a trigger to enter. That's going to give you a good tight stop loss. Jorib, that's what seems to matter the most, stop losses, but it's not always the stop loss. Maybe it's timing the entry. Do you keep getting stopped out because your stop loss is so tight, or you're getting stopped out because the move is not ready and it's happening like maybe 10 or 15 or 20 minutes after your entry? Maybe by working on timing the entry better, you're going to fix the stop loss issue. APLD, let's see. APLD is amazing for a long, at least next week and maybe for the rest of this week. $30 seems realistic, at least $28. Not today though. Daily chart looks amazing. Nice fake breakdown with a recovery today. Tomorrow is going to be also an interesting day for a continuation. The average true range 2.4, and we are still having some room to continue going higher. The hourly chart looks good, made a reset about to close as a hammer, but we need to be careful about this 200 moving average. Already rejected once, and it could reject the second time. 30-minute chart ABCD pattern, not ready for a reversal. And 15-minute chart, also some sort of a bull flag. I think this thing is going to make it closer to the high, but it's not good for a continuation and it's not good for a reversal. I would probably be looking for something else to trade. If you're looking for a trade opportunity, I think we might find something better to trade. So anything else? I think you guys are watching at the moment. Let's take a look at the cues one more time. I think we were watching the cues and then I suddenly just stopped watching it and switched. 586. We're making new highs. Yep. Like we were talking about this one, right? ATR $10 to $11. Previous day closed 577, so it could go all the way up to 587 to 88, and that's what's happening slowly. This ticker was my favorite and easiest trade in ARB when it was uptrend in FSLY. I think I used to trade FSLY a lot in the past. Let's take a look at the weekly. I think it used to be in play a lot back in time. Yeah. 21, 22 was amazing. It was just simply uptrending or either downtrending, right? What a run for the last few weeks on FSLY. Not my kind of stocks to trade. Did you see Andrew CICN? Yeah, I was watching it as well. Not to trade it, but just to watch it. Crazy one. I don't trade these type of stocks. It's like a YOLO stock. These type of stocks, they could wipe out months of effort, months of trading. And when you're trading a system that works, that slowly keeps your curve like this, small gains, small profits that are enough for you for a living, then you decide that on one day you're going to get yourself into trading one type of these stocks. It gets halted, gaps down, and just lose weeks of profits in one single day because you wanted some quick money. Feels bad. I usually stay away from these type of stocks. I have no idea. Who said don't trade on Friday? Maybe this Friday, because Friday the markets are closed. This Friday the market closed, so maybe that, but there is literally no reason for you not to trade TQQ on Fridays. If there is a setup, if the technicals are good, just trade it. Not necessarily. I mean, Fridays are known to be slow because it's the end of the week. Some people take longer weekends. You know how big institutions, prop firms are working. They set some goals, some plans for the week, and the end of the week is not the time where you are just working on opening positions or building a position. It's usually when, like you said, it's time to lock in some profits or maybe just hold in to the positions that you opened in the beginning of the week. There is usually less liquidity, less volatility, and less volume on Fridays. But it doesn't mean that there are no opportunities. If the technicals are there, if the setup is there, and you're playing a hot sector that's in play, then you can totally trade it. There's literally no reason not to trade on Friday. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, guys, tomorrow you can finally read this book. I think it's going to be released somewhere after midnight. Make sure to pre-order it. Hardcover and paperback are going to be available tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow. And if you have any feedback, any suggestion after you read it, if you get any questions, just feel free to ask me. Yes, I did trade MU. One quick 5-minute up in range breakout with a 1-minute bull flag. That's what I did. Like small A, B, C, D, played it long to set my stop loss and just went for a small move there. Thank you, Joe. Always just go all in on NQ futures. You're either going to make $1 million or go up. That's it. At some point, probably is Sean, but not anytime soon. All right, guys, we are coming to the end of the hour. I did not even notice that. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@verbalitraders.com. TradeSmart. Follow me on X. You will see me sharing my trades there. and making some good announcements. Have a good day, guys, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye, guys.